Still not up. Here, just make a new live stream from scratch. Oh, we're live. What do you know? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the channel. Sorry about all the technical difficulties. You know, the ghost in the machine always trying to prevent us from getting our voices out. But we will not let the reptilian shapeshifters take us us down.
I think we're on it.
No, seriously. We had some technical difficulties. Sorry about that, guys. But we figured it out. Good morning. Happy Sunday, my brothers and sisters. Sorry for the wait. We are going on a deep dive today, finally talking about Chris Bledsoe and everything he has to say about the UAP topic. I'd like to thank you guys for tuning in again. Again, sorry for the difficulties. If this is your first time tuning in, then strap your seatbelts because we are going on a ride. If you're a returning viewer, shout out to you guys. You're the reason why we do this. If you are a returning viewer and you find yourself not subscribed to the channel, then don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Hit that subscribe button so you are up to date with all the planetary broadcasts. And you can go on all the celestial journeys with us. We're going deep today, guys. We're going deep. Diana Pasulka, Chris Bledsoe, a little bit of Jake Barber sprinkled on the top. We're going to try to give our insight on all these different topics. Hopefully, we can actually provide deeper knowledge on the subject rather than just react to what they say and be like, oh, yeah, cool, they said this. We're going to take what they say and hopefully flesh it out a little bit so we can work those spiritual, mental muscles, because that's what we're all about doing down here. Without jumping into it, before we jump into it, do you want to give a little background for my homies? You guys want to say anything? I know you guys got your videos off, but I think we did make it to the live, so. And those are the homies.
Yo, I'm back.
There he is. You guys got anything to say?
Yeah, we did. I for some reason, I can't hear you through my computer. I'm listening through an earbud, so I'm troubleshooting that on my end. But keep going and see if I can fix this without messing up anything.
Oh no, more technical difficulties. Jeez.
Today is riddled with technical difficulties.
Yeah. Well, we'll find our rhythm. No big deal. You guys know me. Debate the Wise. Creator with my brothers of the Legacy Foundation for Human Progress. And that is our entire angle. That's why we created this channel, to try to help other human beings hit their potential mentally, physically, and spiritually. We do talk a lot about UFOs, and we love talking about angels and the cosmic hierarchy and all these abstract concepts.
Let's see if we're back yet. I hit to start streaming, so
I'll just go ahead and refresh.
Will it hit that same stream up again or not?
Yeah, because I'm using that stream key.
All right. I think we might be back.
I think we're live.
Yeah, we are live again. Sorry about that, guys. Jeez, they're trying to get us. They're trying to stick it to the man, but they can't bring me down, baby. They can't bring me down. Oh man, you guys, if you guys been watching, you've been on this little couple minute journey of technical difficulties. We're getting it together, we promise. This is our first time doing a premiere.
Sorry guys,
good morning, Lazaro. Good morning.
I'm sweating.
Hello,
It's okay. It's all right. It's all practice. Shout out to the Seraphim. Shout out to the angels that are helping us keep this stream up. But yeah, again, for like the 100th time, you are tuned into a Planetary Headquarters live stream, baby. And we're going to have fun with it. And we're going to talk that realness. I hope you guys enjoy it. Brought to you by the Legacy FHP. That's a Legacy Foundation for Human Progress. That's what we do here, baby. We try to get you, humans, unless you're watching this and you're not human, and I guess it doesn't apply to you. But we want you, humans, for the non-humans too, for the non-humans in the back. We want your mind, body, spirit to be functioning at tip-top shape. Like I said, we like to talk UFOs, we like to talk angels, we like to talk all that woo-woo, and we like to talk science and biology and, electrolytes and nervous system, all that. We like to synthesize all those concepts. And we want to make sure that we're not just watching YouTube videos and we're not just talking about it. This is something that you apply to your life, that you actually try to achieve. You try to take these concepts and use them to propel you and motivate you in actual real life. Become the best you can be mentally, read books, learn languages, become the best you can be physically, eat well, eat healthy, and exercise, and the best you can be spiritually by seeking spiritual values in everyday life. Like grasping on to integrity and discipline. Go seeking for that in everyday life situations and gain more of it. Fill your pockets up more. Just like you go search for gold and money and you can put that in your pocket, you can also go search for strength, brotherhood, love, truth, integrity, discipline. You can go look for that in real life situations when you go walk around and interact with the world. That is what we're talking about for mind, body, and spirit progress. And that's why we're called the foundation for human progress. So when we talk about all this UFO stuff, it's fun, it's entertaining. We have fun with it because we love the subject. And we will tell you how it does apply to real world life. But I want you all to remember, we're having fun. We like talking about angels and aliens, but at the end of the day, if you want to communicate with these beings better, your instrument needs to be at tip-top shape. So that implies that you need to have a mind, body, spirit routine. And that's what we're trying to work on. We're trying to get an app. We're going to create a little system that you guys can all tune into whenever you guys need to and check on your own mind, body, spirit progress. So you can help us out with that. We'll tell you a way to do it a little bit later, but right now let's dive into the juiciness. The Chris Bledsoe story, baby.
Let's do it.
Ooh, Rabashanda, Rabakanda, baby. I'm on fire right now. About to start running on pews and doing backflips. This is kind of new to me. I actually have been hearing about this story from my brother Tate Chilla, my brother Shane. They've been telling me about it, and I've heard about this name for a while now, actually. Ever since like History Channel back in the day, I've heard about this Chris Bledsoe dude. And I just never looked into him. I mean, there's a lot of stories and people I know peripherally, but I don't really know the meat and the potatoes of the actual story. So this is the first time I've actually gone down that rabbit hole, and it's a nice one. There's some celestial beings hiding in that rabbit hole. So it's super interesting. I really do want to dive into it. I watched the Sean Ryan interview with him. That was actually my initial introduction to him. And then I ended up watching the Area 52 interview. So we're going to pull some of the clips from that throughout the episode. But I think you guys are a little bit more familiar than I am. So if you want to give like a soft little backstory without going too ham with it.
Yeah, does anyone want to take the wheel on this? I mean, so I've read Christopher Bledsoe's book called UFO of God. Right there in the name. Very interesting. Like, why are you connecting UFOs with God? If you're of a Christian background, you're probably going to be like, whoa. Is this some like weird new age, like UFO Jesus, UFOs just going to sit UFO religion thing? Like, what's going on? And to ease your fears, no. In fact, if you were to read this UFO of God book, even as like a religious person with a Christian background, I think you would find that this story is potentially as big as some of the as the stories you're used to reading in the Bible. These like magical, supernatural events, angelic appearances. Even tales of like the prophets telling things that are going to happen in the future. This story has those types of elements. Now, what's going to get you though is that the spiritual message in this book is pointing out that there's some amount of truth going on to the UFO phenomenon, that we are not alone. However, this truth is being mystified and obscured by allegedly the governments of the world who are keeping this information very managed. And it's partly because there's a lot of fear and misunderstanding about this entire subject. And there has been for a long period of time. So in UFO of God, what you get is Christopher Bledsoe, who has like a Pentecostal Christian background, who has a very direct spiritual, it's not even spiritual, it's physical. It's physical, spiritual encounter with non-human beings, and also there's a big spiritual element to it. He claims this encounter that he has with this being that he calls the lady he said it feels like the divine feminine, or the mother aspect of God, and it's very spiritual. And so this story has a lot of ties with the spiritual side of the UFO phenomenon, and we don't want to rule that out because there's kind of two things happening, and we talk about it on this channel. We got angels and we got ETs, and that's why the stream is called ETs and Angels. So we're going to get into like describing these differences and where Christopher's story kind of ties this all together, and really presents some interesting, I guess, upcoming events that will help us all to understand this more. And, if you have a Christian background, hopefully you can use this story to also understand where we live in our cosmic sector, our cosmic home in the cosmos, and if we're alone. So that's my primer there. So
nice. Thanks for that, Taylor.
Yeah, and I don't know, Shane, do you have anything to add there that you want to chime in?
Yeah, I'm curious to hear Shane's thoughts, because I know, Shane, you had a few little insights relating to this and the relation with Diane Pasulka, which I wasn't aware of. But I just got to say, Sean Ryan's podcast has been on fire lately. He's been killing it with the last like 4 episodes. They're all really good. But I felt like the Diane Pasulka episode was timed just perfectly after this Chris Bledsoe episode. And I almost wonder, because Shane, you were talking about how he actually held on to the episode and delayed it. And I guess that's why he titled the episode, the episode we never censored. But what if he was waiting for the Diana Pasulka interview? Because I felt like that Diana Pasulka interview was just the perfect thing to hear after hearing Chris Bledsoe's story and all that, she seemed to kind of add a very kind of objective context and bringing the religious comparative research kind of angle to it, compared with the UFO research, I felt like was just kind of a very satisfying way to tie it all together.
So when did you first hear about the Chris Bledsoe story? Was it from the Sean Ryan?
Yeah, literally just last week, listening to the Sean Ryan podcast. Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, the Sean Ryan episode was something I was waiting a while for, because I'm pretty sure it was recorded in September, and we had heard it was going to come out in November, and then got delayed. But when it finally came out, I was really personally disappointed with it. Like, I don't think it's a great introduction to the story.
Okay.
Chris Ramsey from Area 52, the one he just put out, I think is a great introduction.
Yeah.
I think he did a fantastic.
I think that was a way better.
I would just totally ignore the Sean Ryan and just look into
Damn, shots
Chris
fired.
Interesting,
Yeah.
because I did feel like
Shout out to Sean
Sean
Ryan. Sorry,
Ryan,
brother. We love you.
yeah,
Yeah.
I did feel like in that interview, like Chris Bledsoe had some trouble, like kind of towards the end emotionally, he was kind of unraveling. It was a very heavy topic for him to discuss. Also, Sean Ryan wasn't really asking questions the whole time, he was just kind of like, mm-hmm. Obviously, I think Diane Pasolka, he was very excited to talk to her, so he's engaging with her the whole time. But I felt like Chris Bledsoe, he was just a lot more skeptical and stern the whole time. Like, are you legit?
Right.
So I haven't heard the Area 52 interview with him. Was it a lot more, I guess, engaging
Yes.
with him?
Yeah, engaging and sincere, and just
Mm.
giving a better overall, an overview to the whole story.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
it was told
anybody
better.
who's watching this, go watch that if you're unfamiliar, and even if you are familiar with it, because Chris Ramsey's done an amazing job with that.
Oh, cool.
But I first found out about UFO of God. That was my introduction to
Oh,
it.
cool.
This book just kept popping up on my Audible app. And like there was a bunch of synchronicities, some strangeness to lead me to this book and reading it. So I knew nothing about the story prior to that. I read it, and there was just some sort of something internal was just saying, this is important, pay attention to this.
Hmm.
And, again, that's a personal thing, right? I I got the book in March of 2023, and I've been doing a deep dive into the story since then. So
Oh, cool.
it can feel frustrating for me when people just have like a superficial, they're not really interested, they attacking. Um, uh, but if you're willing to spend the time and put
Mm.
in, that personal work to really being open and sincere and learning about it, this is a really beautiful story. Aside from all the UFO information and
Mm.
spiritual beings and stuff like that, um, the story of Chris as a loving father, I think, is
Mm.
very important. So if you can look at it, that, just to me, that's always overlooked, his love for his family,
Mm.
um, and dedication to his children. It's a really beautiful thing. But yeah.
Yeah, it's that was something that immediately struck me listening to it is he seems like the quintessential simple guy, he's like just kind of a good old boy. In some respects he seems like almost a perfect case of what you would expect of like someone from the country having a UFO encounter, but he seems completely sincere. He doesn't seem like he's
Mm,
vainglorious, superficial, got a big ego, nothing like that. He seems profoundly sincere with his story, and something about the way he delivers that I'm very compelled to kind of, give him a chance. Like, I don't feel like he's doing this for publicity or anything, especially because this is the kind of thing that puts a tremendous amount of pressure on your family, and it's very apparent. He loves his family. He might be trying to avoid putting unnecessary stress, especially like his kids getting bullied over this, that kind of stuff. Yeah, which is very unfortunate. But yeah, I got several thoughts I would love to jump into later into this discussion about it. But just something about his character, he seems like he's got a big heart. Doesn't seem like the overly intellectual type, but there are a lot of interesting points in this story, which, like, let's be clear, the story, first time you hear it, it sounds really wacky. There's so much there that's just like, what the heck is he actually saying here, But, like, when you really think about how, like, this could be a symbolic vision kind of given to him by higher intelligence, the implications are pretty wild.
Yeah. Yeah. it's a gnarly story. I definitely agree with you, Shane, that the Area 52 production was all around better. The storytelling was a little bit better. It kind of gave you a feel of the sequence of events and how it went down from all different angles happening at the same time. So it kind of gives you like a full panoramic 360-degree view of the event as opposed to like that linear one-on-one interview that Sean Ryan had. They're both great, but yeah, definitely go recommend checking that out. I don't think the links are in the description now, but before the end of the podcast, I'll put them in there so that you guys can check them out.
And
I highly recommend checking them out.
just something to add to that, I felt like I've struggled to find videos or information online to recommend to people so they can learn about the story. So one of the ones that I was recommending people watch, well, actually two, was the Danny Jones episodes.
Okay.
So Danny Jones interviewed Chris Bledsoe and his daughter, and then shortly after, he interviewed Ryan Bledsoe, which is Chris's son, and he, of course, has the podcast Bledsoe Said So. But both of those are quite good as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we gotta get those links, throw them in the description for the people. We'll do that in the next couple minutes. I did kind of like what you kind of said too, Magma, and touching upon the subject of releasing it. And I know there's some controversy about this entire episode because he did it, like you said, Shane, back in September. It was supposed to come out in November, but it never came out. Kind of got a lot of hullabaloo. And maybe they really didn't know what to do with it at first. Maybe it was a little bit too woo-woo. But at the same time, maybe they did have Diana coming up on the roster. And they were like, maybe we should sit on this until we get Diana to do her interview, and then we can stack them up back to back and do like a strategic drop, which I think worked beautifully. Like that back-to-back drop was amazing.
If so, that was awesome strategy on their part because it really did work out like that.
Yeah. And I don't know, maybe, he's an ex-CIA intel officer, and he thinks about these things. Him and Lou Elizondo. No, yeah, and he just had Lou Elizondo on, who also is ex-intelligence. So
I
like
saw that.
When I saw them together, I thought of the Spider-Man meme, the CIA pointing at the CIA.
I haven't heard that episode yet, but I'm itching.
It was a nothing burger, dude. Those guys are the king at talking about nothing for 2 hours. They're just going to tell you all the surface level UFO stuff you already know. I read that Lou is part of the intelligence agency plant to steer the narrative. So whatever pops up, he's there to kind of like, steer the narrative. I don't know. Just keep in the back of your mind that like, if you're in the CIA, do you ever leave the CIA? I don't really know if that's
Yeah,
case,
I mean, he does seem to represent like the official dude to talk about UFOs. He's from the secret program in the Pentagon, ATIP and all that. He basically spearheaded the congressional hearings, and he's directly responsible for the Pentagon actually releasing and coughing up this footage from Fravor and the other guy, and it's like this has started to kind of form in my mind after hearing like Greer talk about his skepticism towards Lou Elizondo. It almost seems like there's two camps. You got like the official UFO disclosure camp with Lou Elizondo and all the official military whistleblowers, and then you seem to have like Greer and Jake Barber and kind of this more like
Wild West camp.
Record. Yeah. And it's pretty interesting how it's the whole disclosure is becoming more nuanced. But man, I want to believe Lou Elizondo. His book Imminent was great. I don't think he seemed sinister about it. He did kind of feed around the whole fear mongering of people are getting hurt from these abductions and stuff like that. But he still seemed pretty open that in general it's a beautiful thing to consider. We're not alone. So I'm keeping an open mind about it. He may or may not be a disinformation
CIA plant.
Yeah, but I would like to believe he's very sincere.
Yeah, it's something we have to keep in the back of our mind. They're both intelligence agents. They both know how to navigate the public space, very elegantly to get their opinion or get their desired outcomes across, So keep that in the back of your mind. if anybody's a CIA plant, I think it's Chris Bledsoe. It's just so obvious. No, I'm just kidding. No, he's legit, man. I really like this guy. You guys have been talking about him for a while, and I did not know who he was. And when I started listening to him, I was like, God damn, Bobby, they got a damn spaceship. It seemed real. So let's jump into some clips right now, just to get some conversation going. I guess I'll share my screen right now. Con ustedes.
So Christopher Bledsoe's account is is a big supporter of our Merkaba UAP video. So Ryan Bledsoe on his podcast, Chris's son, has talked about how in Chris's initial experiences, it was like rotating polyhedrals and also seen in the orb of light. This isn't like as detailed in the book, but Ryan talks about this a lot. How when you ask Dad that's also part of something that he observed. So that was another link when I realized that there's these like orbs of polyhedral like light rotating thing, and that's what they see as the craft. And we know from a book called The Keys of Enoch that we study on this channel that this specific type of technology is something that the higher spiritual brotherhoods use, and also the higher advanced ET races who are more spiritualized, that the type of technology that they use to traverse the universe is closer to interdimensional. And this is when you generally see these Merkaba polyhedral shapes. Although that type of I guess geometry can also be used in physical craft. However, in the context of like light beings, which this story has a lot of, that's like it's a repeating theme, this Merkaba stuff. So Merkaba means chariot, Enoch taken up in a chariot of fire, Elijah, chariot of fire. There's an element here that is sort of obscured, but if you look at these connections, you can start to get, I guess, a question. And, we propose that we have some answers to the Merkaba stuff. So definitely check out our other episode about that.
Taylor. Yeah.
What is that? The Immaculate Constellation episode?
Yep. Yeah.
About the Merkaba. Yeah, go check that out. We got it on the page. Got another episode coming soon this week too for you guys. So keep a lookout for that. But that Merkaba, we talk about it all day long. We love it. We love it. We love it. We love it. Sprinkle Merkaba all over my freaking desserts and give me a spoonful of that. That's what I like. I like my sprinkles and double tetrahedrons. No, but seriously,
great idea.
I was Merkaba. We are Merkaba. And then shout out to the Lord for always allowing you to learn, no matter how much you know, you learn something new. And Diana taught me something right in front of my face. She talked about Merkaba, the Merkaba tradition, or the Merkaba mysticism. And it's an ancient tradition from the Kabbalists, Kabbalah. I consider myself a Kabbalist back in the day. They were the Jewish mysticism, similar to Sufism, which would be the equivalent in the Muslim tradition, the Arabic tradition. So they're not traditional people. If you ask a regular Jew or a regular Muslim about Sufism or Kabbalah, they'll look at you like, oh, they're crazy. Those are the crazy people. We don't associate with them. They're mystics. They don't believe the true religion, the true teachings. But in this Merkaba mysticism tradition, or the Merkaba tradition, they would literally meditate in the Merkaba, the Star of David, the tetrahedron, and they'd see angels. And they'd try to make contact with angels. That was the Merkaba meditation tradition. So it was pretty gnarly that I got blown away. I'm over here like, I thought I kind of always associated Merkaba to something more New Age, like the Junvala Melchizedek, the Flower of Life, sacred geometry. I knew it had ancient ties, but I didn't know that people were actually doing the Merkaba meditation specifically to contact angels in ancient times. And this was what they were trying to do in Kabbalah and Sufism. So people have been trying to do this for a while. And they call it Merkaba tradition because it was, Merkaba means chariot. And the very first time it's mentioned is Ezekiel, when Ezekiel has his experience with the wheel within wheels, and the eyes comes down and the chariot transports him. So very interesting, very interesting. We're going to pull those clips, and we'll talk about it more in a second. But
Yeah,
let's
I just
play a
found that
clip
clip.
unless you guys want
So
to.
yeah, go ahead.
Hell
I
yeah.
just found that clip. I don't know if we want to play it now or just wait.
I mean, we're on the topic. Fuck it, play it.
Right.
I'll stop sharing my screen. Let's go with the flow, baby. Let's not ruin the natural rhythm.
Yeah. So the
Share your screen for us too, though.
yes, sir. So yeah, we're trying to answer this question of why are we seeing rotating polyhedron, which is also something that has sort of come up with this whole New Jersey drones thing. So this is a sort of link here. So yeah, let me share with you guys. Okay, so what did Ezekiel see? Here we go.
Ezekiel saw what's most likely a seraphim.
What?
A seraphim.
A seraphim.
Yeah, it's a seraph. So seraphim is like
Nice.
the plural of seraph. It's an angel. It's a type of angel. And you've seen it before. It's like the eye with the wings around it, okay? And sometimes it's shown with wheels. And so Ezekiel interpreted this, and other Jewish people interpreted this to be the throne of God, right? The very throne of God. Like these were the beings at the throne of God. And this tradition is called the Merkaba tradition. And Merkaba is literally chariot. So it's a tradition of sightings of these beings that are God's angels. And by the way, so this happens to Ezekiel. And so it then begins this new era for Jews who at this time are in exile, hope that things are going to get better. Okay. So hope that things are going to get better. Before that, there was an interesting angel encounter that Jacob had. So Jacob is one of the people who is the son of one of the patriarchs of the covenant in Genesis, and he has this encounter. He's going to meet his brother, and it's probably not going to be a good meeting because they have a rivalry. The night before, he has an encounter with there's different interpretations of it, but it looks like it's an angel. It comes down. Sometimes people interpret it like God or a messenger of God. It is an angel, and it fights with him. It literally fights with him all night. So he has this battle with this angel all night long. It dislocates his hip, but he refuses to give up. He wants a blessing from this thing. And in the end, he gets it. He gets this blessing, and he changes his name from Jacob to Israel. And again, what it does is it foretells a new era for God's people.
So yeah, there's
Nice.
that
It's
clip.
pretty dope.
That Jacob fighting with the angel is almost like a second thing. I think that's actually
Yeah.
a pretty weird story in the Bible. I wonder how people interpret that. I wonder how the Merkaba tradition interprets that. Does this mean we can fight with angels or struggle with them in order to get a blessing and then change our name? Like what is exactly is going on here? I feel like this is maybe glossed over. I mean, I guess if it doesn't explain it in the Bible, you tend to go, okay. But like, remember, there's a lot of strange supernatural things described in the Bible. And so what I'm saying to the religious people out there is, do you really think that all this supernatural events just stopped occurring and somehow all the important stuff happened in the past and there's nothing new to learn? We have everything that we need about the truth about God, you know? It's like literally every age of humanity says the same thing. And then there's a small percentage of like curious people or like pioneers of the next age who are actually willing to ask the question, what is happening like right now in the world? What is God doing right now in the world? How exactly does the spiritual world connect here? And did we stop receiving truth, you know, at the last teacher or the last, you know, Jesus, you know, before Jesus, you know, all this thing? It's like, no, this stuff is happening like now. And so that's why you should look at this story, because this is like, this is bonkers. This is crazier. This is even more detailed than Jacob fighting an angel. And it connects with some concepts that are starting to enter the public domain, like we're not alone. So that's why, you know, I consider this story so relevant.
Yeah, that's funny that you say that. I always wondered about the Jacob Israel story as well, because my mind likes to go on little trips and try to bend rules to make it work. A lot of people confuse midwayers and angels, and it possibly could be, you know, a midwayer trying to have fun with them, or maybe even a rebel midwayer that polarized and they wrestled all night, you know?
Yeah, what does that mean to fight?
Because
Like,
well, it's
how
supposed to
is
be
he
wrestle.
fighting?
Supposedly they wrestled. That's the
Wrestling,
tradition.
okay.
That Jacob is the one who wrestled with God and became Israel. Or Israel means the one who wrestles with God. So like, yeah, if you really want to push the boundaries, a midwayer would be a human being that was born to humans who have celestial blood and they could turn invisible when they want, pretty much. It's a possibility. Could have wrestled a rebel midwayer, could have wrestled a positive midwayer. I don't know, but it could just be a bunk story. It'd be interesting to figure out, like you said, what the Merkaba mystics think about that. I do like where you're riffing off, talking about being at the cutting edge, the bleeding edge of this kind of stuff, of celestial revelation, of the truth that's getting imparted and implanted on planet Earth. And it seems like Chris Bledsoe was at the forefront of this and actually got to witness this happening. So that's pretty cool. I like how you're saying it doesn't just stop in the past. It's not something that stops happening in the past. It's something that keeps going on, even in this today's day and age. So to put it in context, the events from the Bible didn't just happen back then. They're happening now, and they're happening in the future. To riff off what you're saying exactly, Tachila, I'm going to read the words of Jesus from the Urantia book, paper 155. I read it all the time. 155.6.2. You guys have heard this before, but I feel like it fits so perfect, and especially with what we're going through in the Chris Bledsoe story. So I know these are ancient words, Jesus words, but let's try to apply them to today. It says, "You have come out from among those of your fellows who choose to remain satisfied with the religion of mind, who crave security and prefer conformity. You have elected to exchange your feelings of authoritative certainty for the assurances of the spirit of adventurous and progressive faith. You have dared to protest against the grueling bondage of institutional religion and to reject the authority of the traditions of record, which are now regarded as the word of God. Our Father did indeed speak through Moses, Elijah, Isaiah, Amos, and Hosea, but he did not cease to minister words of truth to the world when these prophets of old made an end of their utterances. My Father is no respecter of races or generations, in that the word of truth is vouchsafed one age and withheld from another. Commit not the folly of calling that divine which is wholly human, and fail not to discern the words of truth which come not through the traditional oracles of supposed inspiration." Boom. That's what it's talking about. It's still happening. Don't think that God only makes it happen for the prophets of old. It vouchsafes the truth from one generation and hides it from another. That's not what happens. That's the words of Jesus, the president, the leader of all of the aliens. He says that. So come on, this shit's still going on, guys.
You know,
so like, I want to believe, you have to believe.
That's a really good point, is that 2,000 years ago, all the ecclesiastical authorities were saying all the truth happened in the past, 2,000 years prior, you know, the year like 6,000 BC, that's when it all happened. No more new revelations are happening. All the prophets of old have said what they need to say, and we are the masters of the doctrine who can dole out the truth. But meanwhile, the living embodiment of truth was unfolding right in front of everybody in the life of Jesus. And I mean, I do believe, you know, all throughout the Middle Ages, this long stretch of time, all throughout the last 200 years, events have been occurring that are completely mysterious and defy our established understanding of reality. How much has happened that hasn't been documented and reported? And then how much has been reported but has been either covered up or just ridiculed or lost to time? And you know, that's what we're all into digging deep into is there are countless examples and stories like this, even within the last 100 years, of miraculous events occurring. And I mean, this stuff could be happening right now on planet Earth. Would we recognize it if we saw it?
Would we recognize it if we saw it? Good question. Would it be a glowing ball of light appearing to some quote unquote woodsmen in America? You know, I don't know. Let's dive into it. Let's watch some clips. So, I guess I'll share my screen real quick. Right quick, like. All y'all.
All right.
Yep, I got it.
So let's see what our brother Chris got to say. All right.
How do you view death now since your experience? Is it a soul departure or a rebirth or finality as your true being dies?
It's completely, to me, the
Turn it up if you can,
the
Dedrick.
real world is the unseen world where there's no time. I think we're in some sort of matrix here where we experience time from the physical body, right? Once you're born, it starts decaying right after it grows, and it's a cycle. But the eternal world is alive and around us, and I have been able to experience that and have shared it with a lot of others. This hidden world around us. I think our loved ones are on the other side, cheering for us to get through to the other side. I'm stronger in my faith than I ever have been, but
Amen to that.
I really like that. That's what stood out to me just in the beginning of the interview, because I'm like, I have no clue who this guy is. This is my first interaction with him. In the first 4 minutes, he drops that, and I'm like, God damn,
All right.
nail on the head, dude.
He
Like,
knows what's up.
right? Like, yeah, your family's up there. That's why I always talk to people. Like, don't get me wrong, everybody loves losing family members, losing loved ones. Mamma, you just went through that right now.
Yeah, I just got back from the funeral yesterday.
Yep. And we know that it sucks. It's shitty. It hurts. But we know that they're still alive up there. They aren't really dead. Like Pharrell, nerd. No one ever really dies, you know?
Yeah.
Seriously. When I die, I don't want people to be sad. I want you guys to throw a party that I graduated and that I'm up there and that I'm killing it and that I'm seeing this cool shit. I'm learning all this cool shit. So like if your family member and your friends die before you, by the time you die, you're going to wake up and meet them again, and they're going to be like, we've been doing cool shit for 20 years. We've been doing cool shit for 40 years. We've been watching you and cheering you on and waiting for you to get here. Now look at all this cool shit. And you're going to be like, whoa, dude. So like, it's not a negative experience, and I think that only comes from planetary isolation, from lack of knowledge of the mansion worlds, lack of understanding where we go, life after death, the afterlife, that kind of stuff. So that's an important aspect. That's an important mental geometry to obtain, to add that to your worldview and to use that as data to make decisions, because a lot of these problems can be fixed just by imparting the truth. Let's take murder, for example. You know, no one's looking at you. No one can see you. And this guy has a nice watch or nice shoes on. No one's watching. You can kill him and take his shit, right? No one saw you, so it's fair game. That's how people think because they're behind closed doors. But little do they know that this person's going to go to the mansion worlds, and that when you die, you have to go to the mansion worlds, and you're going to have to meet this person, and you're going to have to go through all of that decision making, all that trauma, all that energy, and you're going to be judged based off of it. You're going to wake up, and the angel's going to be like, so you killed someone. You killed Fred. And look, we have Fred here. Come over here, Fred. You know, and you're going to have to deal with that shit. You're going to be like, well, that's why you're on level 1. You start way down here because you killed people. You get it? And then you're going to have to deal with it. So there's no way to run away from the karma that you accumulate down here. If you understand that, if you understood just this mansion world concept that we're talking about, a specific place in the universe that upon death you go to, I like to say it's the left star of Orion's belt. That's just because it's my personal theory. But let's say you do die and you go up to the Mansion Worlds or Orion, you're going to have to deal with all that karma. If you had that thought in your mental geometry, it would prevent you from doing the murders. And if everybody had that, if that was taught from birth on planet Earth, it would mitigate a lot of this weird shit we do to each other, because we know we're going to have to account for it and answer for it when we wake up. So I love that he just dropped this right here. It's a very important and potent concept that I wish most people would start adopting. And you have to realize you can't run away. Everything's getting recorded. So
everything's getting recorded. If I could riff off of that real quick, I mean, Chris Bledsoe talking about eternal realities and all that, like something I immediately realized, you know, kind of after the funeral and all that, we got all our family together and we're trying to be lighthearted and kind of joke around, and, you know, especially the people who are mourning, really try to comfort them and stuff. It was Lee's uncle Sean had passed away. We were close to him. We hung out with him just a few months ago. And something I kind of immediately realized after a few hours is like, you can still feel his personality. Like, it feels like a real presence, even though he's gone, you know, he's departed from this world and all that. But like, it's one of those things, it's almost like it takes somebody getting removed from your life for it to become very apparent what has actually been removed. But like, you can think about the personality that person offered, and it feels like a very real thing. Especially we got all the family together, and I'm thinking like, what's missing here, you know? Like, man, if he was here, he'd be joking around, being a goofball. He's the most like social kind of person there, you know, and you can feel that absence. And so I can see why ancient people all throughout time have been led to believe the ancestors live on as spirits you can contact, because you remember their personality as a unique thing. And so what that tells me is that, you know, that kind of becomes encoded in us, what the unique personality somebody offers looks like and feels like, what it feels like to make contact with and associate with. And I feel like that's an eternal reality, you know, that's the gift of God. I don't necessarily believe we can, you know, do a seance and contact our deceased loved ones or something like that. But I do feel like personality is a living eternal reality. And thanks to the infrastructure put in place of the afterlife, carefully engineered by celestial personalities, I think, you know, our soul is preserved and we can live on. But personality is completely unique. You know, it's you are the only person in history who will be you.
Beautifully put, bringing tears to my eyes. No, that makes sense. Yeah, because like me and you, we have a great friendship, eternal friendship, and you're right. When I die and you die, we're gonna keep it going on up there. So in a sense, these are eternal realities that keep going on. That's why you should be good to people. That's why you should make as many friends as possible down here. You know, fucking be social, goddammit. Like,
yeah, be good to people. You don't know what someone could be going through.
So, we'll fast forward a little bit, unless anybody else got any thoughts on that quote right there. Unless Chilla got any clips or any thoughts.
I don't think so. What that last clip that you showed? What was the thing? I guess what was the premise? Oh, the afterlife stuff.
Yeah, talking about his family and the afterlife.
Yeah. No, I love the different theories about like basically the mechanics of the afterlife in a sense of like, I think I thought of it in terms of like the progression of the soul. Because, you know, being raised with a Christian background, there's a very basic, simplistic concept of heaven. And there's even like, it's almost so simplified and so unrevealed that like literally people think that in heaven we're just going to be like praising God or something. Like it's very vague. Yeah. It's ephemeral. And
it's because people don't think about too much, you know.
Yeah. And I think there's a lot of value in wondering exactly what eternal life looks like. And the good thing is that you don't have to just wonder. There's actually a lot of other resources and personal experiences, near-death experiences that people have, where you can start to get an insight into what it actually looks like on the other side. And you can also tune into our channel, where we read a weird book that claims to reveal a ton of information about what exactly eternal life is. And this is the Urantia book, which we read a quote from. Now, why this is so sick is that it basically explains, it actually uses the term universe career. Your universe ascension career is the eternal afterlife. And what you are doing is you are basically jumping around on a bunch of different spiritual planets or spheres, different like locations in the cosmos, in the heavenly realms, I guess you could say. And you're actually progressing and you're learning. In fact, one of the things we're going to learn is, what exactly is the purpose of the material time-space universe? Why is it created in the way that it is? Who manages it? What are the role of the angels? We're going to be able to study these topics in the universe universities, and we're going to be progressing through these systems of worlds. And Jesus briefly mentioned this, and he said there are many what is it? There are many rooms in my Father's mansion. Was it? He said rooms
in my father's.
there are many
My
my father's house there are
has
many
mansions.
mansions. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just like a tiny thing, you know. That's actually why the Urantia book chooses the term mansion worlds, because it's sort of like it's been referenced in the past, and also obviously that theme. You know, a mansion, inside one mansion is large, there's many rooms, but the quote is sort of saying, in my Father's house there are many mansions, there's multiple houses, big houses with rooms inside of rooms. And so
Papa's a baller.
yeah, and look, this actually does kind of this, when you read Urantia's account of the afterlife, it like makes way more sense than just this ditzy kind of heaven ephemeral, you know, floating around. So I think that's it gives you incredible insight and realization that, okay, if there is a God and there's this universe, like, in order to discover God, we're going to be learning more about the universe. Like, we can't just directly encounter the entire presence of God and suddenly we're enlightened and we're now in heaven. It's like, we progressively gain knowledge, even in our heavenly career. And that's the afterlife. And now, yeah, try and abstract and take away all the ideas of the afterlife that you have sort of put on you, and like, be curious about it. Look at all these other things. Even in the near-death experience world, their accounts are gonna look kind of different. And I think it's basically like we're looking at these things from a very limited lens, you know. If you get a glimpse of this afterlife in an out-of-body experience, in a near-death experience, like, you're in an altered state of consciousness. It's difficult to really bring back the full meaning and telling of that experience, and you can see that in these stories when people tell. You know, they'll even talk about how it felt realer than real. It felt like 4K, like hyper resolution, but it also had almost like a dream. Like, when they try to remember it, it's almost like a dream, but it's not a dream. And, you know, we've heard that same type of description about visions in the Bible. So, you know, in my mind, this connects to mind, body, spirit progress. You know, can you initiate experiences like this? Yeah, so that's a whole rabbit hole. It's a whole thread, but that's what I think about, you know, when Chris talks about the afterlife. And I have a lot of books that I can recommend to give you perspectives as well.
Yeah, it's really cool that, like you said, people think heaven's an ethereal dimension where we're praising God and singing hallelujah for the rest of eternity, which sounds boring as shit. It's more like heaven has I would say, geophysical location, but that's pertaining to an earth. So heaven actually has a physical location in time and space. It's an astrophysical location. You know, we always say kingdom of heaven is the same as universal government. What Jesus talked about back then, they didn't have the term universe, they said heavens. They didn't have the term government, they said kingdom. So universal government is the kingdom of heaven. So that when you die and go to heaven, you're going to an actual place in the cosmos. That's why I like to say the mansion worlds are around the left star of Orion's belt. Again, it's my personal theory, but it gives you something to latch onto, to understand that we are going to a specific place. And it's really interesting that the Egyptians believed in this in their Book of the Dead. You know, when they would pass over the river or whatever the fuck they called it. We got to do an episode on that, by the way. And they would end up in Orion. I think they called it Tak or Sak. I forget which one they called it. And that's why the pyramids are cued with Orion's belt. So just some interesting symbology in the megaliths and pointing out that heaven is an actual place in the cosmos. And when Kingdom of Heaven was being spoken about by Jesus Christ, he was actually referring to locations in the cosmic organization. So don't forget that. Moving on to the next clip, baby. I'll share my screen. Am I still sharing it?
Yes, yeah, I got it. I'm watching it right now.
Cool. Let's see what Senor Bledsoe has to say. Whoops, sorry. Wrong. Let's play our stream. I was about to play our own stream.
Through different lenses. And so do you think consciousness is one big collective?
I think it's like a wireless internet, basically. All the information to every living thing is around us. In fact, I've read studies from NASA, and I have a couple that are pretty interesting, where it talks about the green light that shines from the sun, the way it angles on Earth. The light is in the green spectrum, which is the color spectrum, the center. And in that green light is it affects this chemical called ADT, which is in all living things, hemoglobin in a human to plant life, chlorophyll. And when that light hits that chemical, it creates the energy which starts life. So something is telling every cell in your body what to do. You're not.
Mm-hmm.
And the grass and the trees and the bugs, it's all created by this field of information around us. And I think we're just receivers. That this is how we're able to remote view. This is how you're able to do a lot of that kind of stuff, because we can tap into it. This consciousness around us it's like a wireless network.
Mm-hmm.
So it's complex, and I'm just guessing, just like everybody. We speculate of what is real about, even God. We all speculate because we really don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
I like that. Again, 6 minutes, 42 seconds into the episode. This is my very first time encountering Chris Bledsoe, and he's saying all the right things. He's saying everything that's making me get juicy. I was surprised that not only did he bring up the mansion world concept, but he started talking like out of the Keys of Enoch. And I talk about this on the channel a lot. He's talking about how starlight programs evolution, cellular evolution, biological evolution, and that there is like a Wi-Fi grid, a cosmic Wi-Fi network that pervades the universe. I talk about it a lot. And this is that mind circuit that we tap into. We don't have our own mind. Our physical body and mind-body spirit complex acts as an instrument to tap into that cosmic Wi-Fi that we call mind. And he's saying this is how you make communication. This is what Jake Barber's talking about with the psionics teams that are making contact with the UAPs so that they can study them. This is what Greer is talking about with the CE5 contact protocols, so that you yourself can summon celestial entities above you and make contact if you want, and possibly even exchange thought forms, which is really cool to actually communicate with these angels. We're talking about Merkaba tradition, Merkaba mysticism of the same thing, ancient Jewish mystics doing Merkaba meditations in order to contact and exchange thoughts and data with angelic beings. The mechanism behind all this, and I like how he explained it, and that's kind of how I explain it too. And I want to give a quick breakdown. You guys have heard this many times, but just for the people, it's like stars program evolution. That single cell that we all come from, that single cell that started all of evolution, bring it back to the very beginning in your mind. I'm painting a picture in your mind right now. You have the ocean, and then you have that single cell just floating in the ocean. That single cell needs to get energy. It needs to derive energy so that it can function. And it derives the energy from the sun. Think of plants, how they photosynthesize. All they need to do is point at the sun. They create simple sugars so that they can keep going on, so they can keep living. That's how they make their food. So that sun, or that single cell, is getting drilled all day long by our local star, the sun. But it's not only getting hit by that single sun, it's getting hit by all the stars in the cosmos. So like, imagine we're at night, me and you, and you're staring at the night sky. If you can see a star, that means that light is traveling all the way across the universe and is touching your eye. It's hitting your retina. So you are literally in contact with those stars. Even if I turn my head and turn the back of my head towards those stars, the starlight is still hitting the back of my head. So now you can think of a matrix of pinpoints of light coming from every direction, from every star, and hitting you. You're in contact with a starlight network. Oh, starlight Wi-Fi system that can program cellular evolution over time. So now let's rewind it to that single cell that's floating in the ocean. That single cell is not only getting hit by our starlight, it's getting hit by all this different starlights. And every starlight gives off a specific rhythm. Either it's more blue, more red, more orange, and that's a different wavelength of light. That means the wavelengths are getting faster or the wavelength is getting slower. That's what programs the cell. So while the cell's evolving through the different horseshoe crabs, salamanders, all the way up to man over those billions of years, it's getting bombarded by different wavelengths of light from different star systems. That's the reason why we have different pulsations, biorhythms within our entire body. We have a heartbeat that beats at a certain rhythm. We have lungs that go at a certain rhythm. When you lay your head on a pillow, you hear your temple beating at a certain rhythm. You have a circadian rhythm system. So your entire body has biorhythms, and these are programmed by different starlight. And this is the mechanism that the universe uses to increase its, let's say, Wi-Fi range. So if you have like a deep, dark sector of space, you throw a star in there, and now that star acts like a repeater, and it keeps repeating that Wi-Fi signal, and it can now program other planets with life. So stars kind of act like the infrastructure for the Wi-Fi network throughout the entire cosmos. And it's interesting, like that's a very complex concept. I got it from the Keys of Enoch, and I couldn't believe that Chris Bledsoe, again, first 7 minutes is hitting heavy with it, man. So just made me want to believe him more, made me fall in love with him. No, I thought it was a cool clip. I think we lost Magma. I'm not sure, he's been frozen, or unless he's mean mugging me the same way, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, he does look frozen.
That was great. Yeah, that was great. Shout out to Chris Bledsoe for shedding light on that. We like to talk about that all the time. And let's see, we got some moving along. You got any clips you want to play right now? Or I got, like, we can hear you, Magma. Can't see you,
thank
but
you. Okay.
I have one clip, but I still have to find
I
it.
didn't
Actually,
realize. I didn't even realize I was muted while I was listening to your take on that. I got a little something I would like to kind of riff off of that.
Yeah.
If I could share my screen
hit it,
real
dog.
quick. Because
No, you can't, Magma. No screen sharing allowed for you.
You know what?
Screen sharing permissions are revoked. No, I'm kidding.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
has 50
Ooh, Rebel, I
UFO
like
tabs
it.
open.
CGI UFO videos. Right.
I'll save that for later.
That's my guilty pleasure.
No UFO
Oh my
videos
god, dude.
for the moment.
You
But
need some. We need some. We need lower resolution, actually. It's too high def right now.
I've got a little collection of images I would like to display here while I go over something. But here you can look at color temperature when you know, if you just turn a light bulb, any average light bulb, you can see the red and the orange and the yellow and the blues real vividly. But some of the colors like indigo and like green don't appear as easily unless you're messing with a different light phenomenon, or you're using a color filter over the light, something like that. But as light just kind of radiates out of the sun, something about the green wavelength, it just kind of scatters and merges with all the other wavelengths, and it just kind of appears as white, just white light. But it's worth noting there is a green spectrum of light coming out of the sun, and I thought that was fascinating that he made a point to bring that up. That it was the green light that's kind of encoded, because I mean, notice in well, that's kind of encoding and transmitting information from the sun, because notice when you see I mean, leaves using photosynthesis, they're green, you know.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah. Right. Is that a coincidence? It seems like something like that, you know? Maybe on a different planet with a different spectrum, you'd get purple vegetation more than green, depending on
I
the
wonder.
atmospheric gases, atmospheric makeup, plus the light angles.
I do wonder about that. Now the kind of the direction I want to take this in,
Look at that. It's
you're
so beautiful.
you're all probably aware of the chakras. The heart chakra, it's represented by the green ray of light, and it resides right in the center of your chest. That's a really interesting connection there. I'm not sure where exactly this tradition originated from, because it's very ancient from Hinduism, but it also occurs all over the world. The Mayans had a
Yep.
version of the chakras. Buddhists, there's like an African
The
chakra
Kabbalah tree of
system.
life.
The Kabbalah tree of life directly correlates with the chakra system.
Yep.
It's every corner of the globe. It makes me wonder if it originated from the Hindus through the Salem missionaries and the Melchizedek school of thought. I don't know. But whatever the case, this is an important connection to make, is that the heart chakra... Huh.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I gave you a little bit of a more detailed image if you want to show the people. I just put it in the chat.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect right here. The chakras. The chakras. It's the chakras. Now that's very accurate. You can see right in
I
the
didn't want to
center.
deprive the people. Yeah, I didn't want to deprive the people of the
gotta give
truth.
them a more accurate representation. So you can see right in the center. It's the fourth color. So out of 7, 4, you got 3 on the bottom, 3 on the top, and it is the third chakra that radiates an electromagnetic field. That's why Shaq is so big. He's got a big green. He might have some of
makes
that
sense.
ancient green ancestors in him. Anyway, that's a whole tangent for another time.
Now when I meditate, I'm just gonna think of Shaq's face.
The strains of giantism in the green race. So something interesting about. I'll just whip through this real quick. The music of the spheres. Each planet kind of has a...
That makes me feel crazy staring at that. I just got the chills up my spine staring at that picture.
It's interesting. That's a sun tone. It makes like a perfect ripple. It's interesting they just chose to represent that as green, but I believe this is just water with light shining through it and like a subwoofer under it. And you play this pure tone.
Somatics.
And it makes these somatic frequencies. What you see is just water caustics, just the light coalescing in the ripples, but it makes a standing wave. It's interesting. Each planet has a tone, and when you play it, like Venus looks like it's 7-fold. That's what 9-fold or whatever 10. That's really interesting. But anyway, as that is received by vegetation, when you slice through, like fruit, for example, you can see these different somatic frequencies. That's like 3-fold. That's... what is that, 12 or something? I'm not going to count it right now.
Geometry.
14 or something. It's really interesting, too, that fruit kind of grows almost like it's meant to be eaten. It's like an indicator for life. It's very obvious. It's glowing a color, in the light. But it's kind of this perfect item of nutrients. But where I'm going with that is the toroid. This is a magnetic field, and it occurs all throughout nature. The donut is a perfect shape. It's why Homer Simpson is so attracted to it. There is this toroid occurs around any big magnetic field, like the sun, in the middle of our solar system. The center of our galaxy emanates an entire toroid, and your heart also emits a toroidal field. So I can kind of show some examples here. You can see like an atom being scanned, just a bar magnet, a blood cell, a tree right in the center. You got it fanning out in the top. with the leaves and fanning out underneath with the roots. The human heart does make a magnetic toroidal field. An apple kind of looks like a toroid. A storm, Earth's magnetic field, and a galaxy. Galactic plane. Now, here's an interesting diagram from Walter Russell, kind of showing this. He just says loops of force in an electric current are wound up centripetally, just as solar and stellar systems are wound up in the heavens. Centrifugal force unwinds them for rewinding and repelling. And just a few more examples, but the reason I'm bringing all this up is that it looks like the sun actually does radiate this green light, and that's kind of picked up by the human heart. And I just kind of had to go on this little tangent just to kind of make that point. That it's interesting he brought that up because there's a lot of cosmic truth to it. I don't know where he got it. Maybe this guy's Chris Bledsoe's like a serious researcher into sacred knowledge and geometry and all that, or maybe he downloaded this information, just some average guy, but his heart was in the right space, and he was able to contact the mother spirit or something like that. But if we are a Tesla coil, the sun, like you could almost imagine our spine is like a Tesla coil, and we're able to wirelessly receive information from the sun. So it makes sense that the sun could encode information, and that's all I have to say about that.
I think you're lying, and you have more to say about that.
Yeah, but
right,
I'll cut it off there.
Yeah,
I just want to say, like,
get after it, dog.
Ryan's podcast, Bledsoe Said So, he covers all these types of topics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he's
I didn't
gone
pick
over
that up.
that, the chakras, colors, sounds, sonics, all that.
He's a
type of-
paid spokesperson for Bledsoe Said So. Just gotta let you guys know.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's interesting.
But Chris, when he meets the lady seems to be the embodiment of the mother spirit, right?
Ooh.
And she gave him information, which, at the time, he wasn't able to recall and he received. And she's also told him, I'm going to give you information that you're not going to remember until a later time. But yeah, it's interesting that you brought this up, that, he has this understanding and where this came from, right?
Yeah, and I'm curious what other clips you'll have to show if you do have something lined up that where he's describing these balls of fire, because I feel like all of us probably got a lot to say about that.
Right. Yeah, a little bit of that is covered in the Area 52 video, but also in the book.
Well, it's interesting, Taylor. Earlier, you were talking about the Merkaba connection and how it kind of lines up. But most UAPs, I mean, people see orbs and ball lightning and stuff like that. But to see what Chris Bledsoe describes when he's in the woods is 3 massive balls of fire just kind of there hovering, and he feels like right in his heart he can feel them watching him and observing him, and it made him feel almost like a lab rat or something. He felt very insignificant in their presence. But I mean, that does kind of sound like a chariot of fire in the sky kind of thing, like, what if they were seraphim? Now, there's something that I wasn't entirely clear on. Did he describe beings coming out of this with red eyes? Did I catch that correctly? Because that makes it sound like they are more like non-human intelligence.
So, yeah, I'd like to talk about this as well. This is his original
You don't know.
encounter. His original encounter with his that happened. Also, his son was there, and some of his people that were working for him in his construction business and stuff. So he took them like fishing because he had a truck and he could get to the destination. So, they were out night fishing, and Chris kind of goes off at this point. He suffers a lot of pain from Crohn's disease, and he's sort of sitting in the woods, and there's this like basically light in the sky that appears and like gets closer, and there's actually, this is where he's actually sort of taken into that light and has this encounter with that he doesn't fully remember until later. I think, but there's also his son sees these beings as well, and so these beings are described as humanoid, but they're almost like translucent. He can see them with his physical eyes, but they have a translucence kind of shimmering to them, some light. They also have what looks
the color of the moon.
Okay.
He said they're the color of the moon.
Yeah, and he said that they had, their eyes looked red as well, like red shining lights. Now, later on, I found something interesting that kind of explained that. It might have been Ryan actually that said that he was told that the reason the eyes look red is because these beings are like, they're wearing a type of suit or some protective mechanism or energy field around them. And so to us, their eyes look red just based on probably, I guess, how the light reflects. And so that was an interesting tidbit. There's not, like, I guess, a really great explainer. He sort of explains who these beings are in relation to her. And Shane, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the lady says, they are my children. They are helping me. With what I'm trying to do here with you. And so to me, what it sounds like is that I would say that this lady person, we would see her as being part of the spiritual world. However, these other beings are sort of working with her, and they're more like humanoid, like kind of like more of a traditional alien encounter. And so I question like what sort of level of, like, does this connect to any sort of material reality at all? And I think it's quite possible that those are, maybe we have something called the material sons and daughters, which is a specific race in the divine administration. So I've wondered if maybe it's related to that, or honestly, at the end of the day, this could be any sort of extraterrestrial race who also is very spiritually connected, and is just helping her. So maybe she's using physical ET to like help accomplish the mission on the physical side, even though she can obviously sort of come into this domain and give Chris messages and stuff. It seems to be the spiritual forces working with potentially some of the material forces as well. And those are the humanoid type aliens. Are kind of short. They have what looks like red eyes, but again, they're glowing, they're translucent. And they also have this triangle symbol on their chest. And
that too,
that's kind of unique. I think I have the quote here from that.
Okay.
Because this was. Go ahead.
Didn't he say NASA utilized that symbol? I thought I remember him saying something like that.
He said that the triangle on the chest was something that these government researchers were very interested about. They really wanted to know and get details on this symbol. And he theorized was that based on the government's UAP data, they have seen this symbol before in connection with contact events. And so it's on their radar. And so when you have Chris talking about his story, when they see that, it's like blinkers up, like, oh shoot, this guy encountered this type of alien, which we've seen before. They wear this symbol. And so he says that gets like, it gives them beady eyes, those government UAP researchers. And so, this is the description. So standing 4 feet in front of me was a 3.5 foot tall being gently glowing the color of the moon. 2 red eyes, a glassy translucent triangle was fixed on its chest. Again, I shook with terror. I'm sorry, you got me. I'm sorry for running. I surrender. As I said this, the being was responding. You don't understand. We are not here to hurt you. We are here to help you. And another interesting factoid about this specific encounter is that he was actually healed of his Crohn's disease.
That's right.
Um,
That's right.
so, yeah. So that's a whole nother element to the story, the sort of spiritual healing events. But yeah, I think that's a kind of a introductory overview to these shorter, like humanoid beings that are, a little more
Yeah.
traditional.
Yeah, and
Yeah, there's some.
sorry,
You got
sorry.
some?
Yeah,
No,
I was
okay,
just gonna
you
say
go.
I would love to go more into the lady in a bit here, but the beings themselves, it kind of makes me wonder if it is just another case of like one of 1,000 races that just pass by our world every day, and they just kind of stop by. They're like, "Oh, what is this?" They don't do the research, realize we're like a messed up quarantine world. They just kind of land in the woods. They're like, "Oh, look at the inhabitants. They seem like good people. They're maybe they're giving off good heart vibes while they're fishing, having a good time, whatever." I know this guy was in distress. And they're like, "Oh, this guy's sad. Let's try to help him." And then they start trying to make contact. He's running in terror, and it's kind of like one of those things like, "Hey, wait, you dropped your wallet. Come back." That's them chasing after him. He's running in terror, driving down the road. They're coming after him. They're like, "Wait, we can help you." And sure enough, they heal him of his Crohn's disease. But I got I got a cool quote. I'll pull up later after you do your clip and all that, but on miracle healing, because that alone is a very interesting aspect about this connection with the lady, this feminine spiritual presence. And I know it's on all your minds, the Jake Barber interview recently, where he's talking about this divine feminine kind of presence he made contact with.
Oh
But
yeah.
yeah, D-Bake, I'm curious what you got here.
I was just gonna throw some extra peripheral data points out there for the viewers and so that we can kind of have something to chew on.
Mm.
I don't, because we read so much because we have the Forbidden Scroll. Sometimes data gets merged and blurred together, so I don't remember exactly where I read this from. I want to say it's either from the 1111 George Bernard papers or Millennium Update or even the Caligastia Planetary HQ website.
One
I
of
don't
those
know. It's definitely extra Urantia book. Yeah, Urantia Expanded Universe. Yeah. The downloadable content, if you want, if you will.
DLC, yeah.
So I think it said like that something happened with the adjudication in the Lucifer Rebellion that allowed like midwayers from other planets to be sent here to help for the cause. And they were different types of midwayers, not directly like our midwayers, but they were also sent here to help with the correcting time kind of thing, with the fixing of planet Earth, and that they resembled like short little kids and similar to the stature of the Greys, but without like the big head, and that they had like white skin as well. I don't know exactly where I pulled that from, but I remember reading that somewhere. We'd have to dive deep to find it, but that's just another connecting point I remember reading. I do have a clip in the barrel right now, and I did share my screen. Nice. And this is some really interesting stuff. How Taylor just read the description of what Chris Bledsoe encountered with his entire NHI experience, and now Diana Pasulka, friggin' heavyweight champion over here, swinging for the fences, making some sick connections. So if you're a religious person out there, if you believe in the Bible, I think you would be interested in this clip. So hold tight to your crosses and listen. All right.
Archives that hold, there's lots of different archives, but the ones that hold lots of information about this, first is the Vatican Archive, and the Vatican, it used to be called the Vatican Secret Archive, but it's called the Apostolic Archive, and it's the Pope's archive. And you can't just go to that. You have to actually have certain credentials to get into it. And so I have those credentials. So I was able to go there, and I was able to look at the primary source material for some of the saints in the Catholic and Christian tradition that looked like had angel events or levitated and had anomalous activity. And I was able to look at that and assess the primary source data on my own, which is really fascinating. Yeah. So I did that work, and
Who can you name one of the saints, or maybe a couple of them?
all of the saints. So once you start to
Feedback. I
look
hear
at
a
the
slight
saints,
echo from
you
your
see
headphones.
that what is said about what was said in the very
Mm.
there are what are called primary source material. This would be some of the first material that comes out about that experience that that saint had. Teresa of Avila wrote her own experience. That's what makes it so important, is that she wrote about it. It was later what's called redacted. It was changed by the church. She said she saw this angel and it wasn't a vision, it was in reality. Like, and she said that it was short and it was shiny, and she was confused because it didn't look like an angel. And she goes, well, it must be a cherub, right? So she had confusion about it. And it had a dart. And she said, this dart it took and it basically put it in me, right? So this looks like modern day UFO abduction reports. And so once you start to see those connections, you cannot unsee them. And you're like, okay, got it. This is different than how it's represented in the prayer card, right? Where it's beautiful. And I hope that I'm not offending the Catholics that are looking at this, and because it's their childhood. They were brought up with these images.
How do you
Yeah, so that's the quote or the clip I wanted to pull up. I thought it was had a good connection to what we're talking about now.
Yeah.
How Chris Bledsoe has this experience with short beings. I mean, his son saw him too and said they looked like, he thought they were little kids at first, but they were adult bodies. But he said they looked mature, but little kids with the glowing red eyes and this silvery, shiny skin. Then she goes to the Vatican archives, and Saint Teresa of Avila, famous saint, wrote down her own experience. And this is what she wrote down. She wrote down the same thing. She called them a cherub because they look like little kids, and cherubs from the Bible are depicted as babies or little kids for the most part. So that was probably her way of trying to understand what she was looking at. She said it didn't look like an angel with shiny skin. Same exact thing that Bledsoe's saying. So we're seeing a lot of these connections here. What are these beings? Are they angels rather than just traditional ETs? Are they physical ETs rather than interdimensional angels? Are they midwayers? Like, what's going on? I just thought it was amazing that a saint had almost side by side same experience as Chris Bledsoe, so
Yeah, right. And she says every single saint has had some kind of anomalous encounter. It really does make me wonder if there could be, like 15 different races out there that look like little kids or cherubs or something, like short little people that look kind of young. The fact that Teresa described like it injecting a needle into her or put a dart into her or whatever, it sounds pretty unusual, like an alien doing experiments on us or something like that.
that is a funny connection too. Yeah, the arrow. And also made me remember about the keys of Enoch, because J.J. Hurtak also had one of these experiences as well with the Enoch and the Archangel Metatron. And remember, they blasted like a scroll. At least he said it was like a laser beam pinpoint into his third eye, and it like went into him and transferred information. So it could be something similar, if you don't want to adhere to the, syringe doing experiments on you kind of concept.
So just one thing to add to this, it's like, these are literal realities, right? Like there are things that are happening, and we all have our worldview and our framework in which we have our understanding, right? And when something exists just outside of our framework, it's hard to integrate. It's hard to understand exactly what's happening. And with this whole Bledsoe story, that's one of my fascinations, is like here with our study of the UB, we have all this detailed information about different types of beings and, the hierarchy of things. And I'm wanting to know more about specifically how this is all happening, right? Like, which beings are these? Are these ones that are even described, or is this one of the ones that are unrevealed?
The unrevealed.
We have to, it's part of our discovery to put this together, to fit the puzzle pieces together. But to those little beings that are the color of the moon, they were physical because remember, they picked up a bottle on the ground, right? And looked at it and set it back down. And another thing, when Chris is taken to see the lady, so remember, there's different parts of this story. There's the original encounter, and then there's, I think, 5 years later it was, where he's awoken in the middle of the night by these beings. He's told to get dressed. So this suggests that this is like some place he's physically going. It's not his consciousness, or it would seem to be that's the case. And these three beings take him somewhere to see the lady. And it's described as, this is it feels very important. Like these beings are excited to take him. So it's suggesting a hierarchy, right? Like this lady is at a much higher level. And then he's brought to her personal presence. And if you want to learn about this, there are some videos about the Bledsoe regression. And the language that's used in that for your Rancher book readers is going to be very interesting, because he says the seraphim took me to her, as well as other things. But yeah, anyways.
That's interesting. On the point of the lady, and I know we'll probably get more into this in a minute here, but the actual vision he has does seem like a very symbolic vision given to him, like it's so weird and outrageous. It hardly seems like something he's explicitly seeing in reality, more than like a psychedelic trip without psychedelics. It's like a profound religious vision, just like a lot of the prophets had in the Bible and stuff like that. Like one of these kind of things. It almost seems like uh, the lady had carefully developed something just for him to work with his framework of understanding, knowing he was, from my understanding, he was a pastor for a while. He was very involved with this church. He was very
Yeah,
well
he was
versed in the Bible. So
is it a deacon in the church? Sorry.
he was a deacon. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so he was. It seems like this vision was laid out for him in such a way that he could kind of extract symbolism from it. And you could say, what if this was sleepwalking? It was some very vivid sleepwalking dream he had. Maybe, maybe not. But I mean, this is seems like a very vivid, real experience that happened to him. I mean, he got up, walked outside, and had this profound visuals of this bull going over him and all this. But can get into that in a minute.
Can I just add something to that?
Oh yeah, please do.
The way he was given the information is really significant, and I think it's not only because of him. I think the way they gave him this information was also for his son. So there was a lot of Egyptian symbolism and language, right? And again, this original episode took place in 2007. It's now 2025. This has all happened over a long time, and within that time frame, many things have happened for that family. And with Ryan, he essentially took all that information that his dad received and was like, what the hell does this mean? So he started looking into all these, esoteric texts, and led him down this path, and in a way where he's the one who's more or less disseminating this information and getting it out to the people. So there's two parts of this. There's the UFO of God, Chris Bledsoe stuff, and then there's all this stuff that Ryan is doing. And I really wish that they would get interviewed together more often, because I feel like sometimes Chris, his manner of speaking, he's not necessarily, it's not that he's not articulating himself well, it's just the listener sometimes has difficulty understanding exactly what he's saying.
Yeah.
Where I think Ryan helps to clarify a lot of these things.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell he's not like a public speaker or something like that. He's kind of just doing this by necessity, but he seems like one of those folks that's very uncomfortable with having to be kind of in the spotlight, having to try to articulate all these things, but he's doing his best. So yeah, I would love to see an interview with his son in there. Do y'all have a clip with the vision given to him by the lady? Because if not, I could probably pull it up here.
One?
I don't have it up right now, but I got some words to say on it.
Please
Do you want to say something, Techola?
Which vision, Magma?
Where he's holding a furry tube.
Yeah,
that's
I
like a
have that clip.
squirrel.
I have that clip. I
You
want to
do,
play
thank
that.
you.
That's one of my favorite parts of this story, just because it's like, it really does. I think it hits home with the state of humanity. But D-Bake, maybe hit your thing first, and then we'll relate it to what's going on here.
Cool. Yeah, I got a couple of connecting dots.
Nice.
Dipping dots. Just trying to figure out exactly who these beings are. That's part of the conversation we're having today. We want to know what we're dealing with. I do want to bring up a quote from the Urantia book again. It's paper 3002. But it's just talking about what we're doing now. So these are the angels talking to us. It is not possible to formulate comprehensive and entirely consistent classifications of the personalities of the grand universe because all of the groups are not revealed. It would require numerous additional papers to cover the further revelation required to systematically classify all groups. Such a conceptual expansion would hardly be desirable, as it would deprive the thinking mortals of the next 1,000 years of that stimulus to creative speculation, which these partially revealed concepts supply. It is best that man not have an over-revelation. It stifles imagination. So that's coming from the angelic core themselves, who gave us this transmission called the Urantia book, and they're saying that we're here to speculate. We don't reveal all beings, so don't think that you'll be able to put every single being within these concepts, within the frames, within the book, because there's so many more. So we have to keep that in the back of our mind. Now, pulling from another part of the Urantia book from paper 49-219, we're noticing that his son saw the beings and thought they were children, thought they were tiny. They were like 4-year-old kids, but they had mature bodies. Same way that Chris describes, they were like a tiny person with shiny skin, brilliant eyes. Saint Teresa said that she thought they were cherubs because of their small stature, their mature yet small bodies. So this is from the inhabited worlds, and it's talking about the different classifications of beings in our local sector. And so this is 49-219 part 3, the gravity types. It says, by modification of creative design, intelligent beings are so constructed that they can freely function on spheres both smaller and larger than Urantia, thus being, in measure, accommodated to the gravity of those planets which are not of an ideal size and density. The various planetary types of mortals vary in height, the average in Nebadon being a trifle under 7 feet. Some of the larger worlds are peopled with beings who are only about 2.5 feet in height. The mortal stature ranges from here on up through the average heights on the average sized planets to around 10 feet on the smaller inhabited worlds. In Satania, there is only one race under 4 feet in height. 20% of the Satania inhabited worlds are peopled with mortals of the modified gravity types, occupying the larger and smaller planets. So they're saying right there that if we're dealing with an off-world being, a celestial personality, and they evolve themselves on a home planet, a lot of their size will be dictated based on the size of their planet and how much mass their planet has. So the larger the gravity, the shorter they'll be. The smaller the planet, the smaller the gravity, the taller they'll be. And it says that there's a good amount of beings that are 4 feet, if not a little bit higher. And there's one race that's under 4 feet. So there's a 2.5 feet race. I'm sure when they get mature, they look like little, oh, it's so cute. But he's like a wise person of 700 years, you know?
Yeah.
So this is all things we have to take into account. Yeah, exactly. Like Yoda, exactly.
Yoda came from a big planet.
And, a huge planet, fucking massive. But he's super wise and he lives forever. So it's like, if maybe I hope this passage was able to shed some light on the concept of who these beings could possibly be. They could be, you know, extraterrestrial helpers from a really big planet, and that's why they show up in short stature. Just a possibility. Throwing it out there.
As a side note, I really do. Yeah, that's a good connection there. And it kind of makes me wonder about the smaller worlds that are peopled by larger beings because there's less gravity. I feel like they would run out of space pretty quickly. Probably get into war over territories.
Yeah, a bunch of huge dudes over a tiny sphere. Hey. Start fight. Come at me, bro. And now I like what you also, for the last point real quick, I got another page pulled up from paper 4712. So you're talking about how the lady visualizes in a specific way to Chris Bledsoe's own mind patterns. We talk about that a lot. The Urantia book talks about that a lot, and the Keys of Enoch specifically talks about that a lot. Is that specifically it says that your seraphim will kind of visualize things for you that you're not able to visualize. For a lot of things, for looking at celestial beings that you can't readily perceive, then because you can't readily perceive them, your seraphim will provide a picture in your mind of the closest thing that you could conceptualize to what they are, and then that's what you'll see them as. So like if I'm a Catholic or a Christian and I see this being, it'll more look like a traditional angel of the Bible. If I was of Egyptian upbringing, it might resemble an Egyptian god or goddess. It depends on what my mental construct consists of, which will dictate what displays in my mind. And also, in order to visualize these beings, there are ways that other celestial beings can kind of like blast you and the surrounding environment with energy to make it so that you can see them when they would normally be invisible. And this is a weird technique that other celestial beings have, so they can kind of like make it so that we can visualize it with their energy. I'll just read a little portion from paper 4712. It says, though the finaliter world is a sphere of exquisite physical beauty and extraordinary Urantia embellishment, the great spirit abode located at the center of activities, the temple of the finaliters, is not visible to the unaided material or early Urantia vision. But the energy transformers are able to visualize many of these realities to the ascending mortals. And from time to time, they do thus function, as on the occasions of the class assemblies of the Mansion World students on this cultural sphere. All through the Mansion World experience, you are in a way spiritually aware of the presence of your glorified brethren of paradise attainment, but it is very refreshing, now and then, actually to perceive them as they function in their headquarters abodes. You will not spontaneously visualize finaliters until you acquire true spirit vision. So that was just highlighting the fact that you have to obtain spirit vision in order to see these beings. So because we have celestial genetics and we're descendants of celestials in our past, some people might have this ability naturally turned on in their genome so that they're more apt to have a higher spiritual range of vision. But on top of that, we have to realize that other beings like the seraphim can actually visualize to us. So just how our mind projects a concept that is similar to what we're looking at. So like if I'm a Catholic and I'll see a traditional angel, or if I'm a Buddhist, I'll see a Hindu depiction in my mind. That process, that mechanism can also be done to us to allow us to visualize beings that are in the environment. So I don't know what's happening with Chris Bledsoe, if he has this ability genetically, it's unlocked. Maybe it seemed like something happened to him when he had that hospital vision, because I remember when he had that hospital visit, that's when it seemed like his spiritual vision kind of turned on. Or if his seraphim are actually considering him a chosen person and visualizing things to him, or if it's a mixture of both. I just want to understand exactly how he's perceiving these beings, because there was one point where weren't they saying like they're pointing to the other guys, there they are, and the other people couldn't see them, right?
Yeah, Christopher.
Just something to add.
Go ahead, Shane. You're probably gonna say the same thing.
He had a near-death experience when he was a child as well. So he was shot when he was a child. I think he was 10 years old and had a near-death experience. And it sounds
Oh,
like
that's right.
he originally met these beings at that time. They perhaps saved him or helped him, and that's when this all started. But he specifically mentioned that this has been sort of like something they've had planned for him for a very long time.
That's I do remember his him describing, they were like 10 years old. They were already raised into hunting and all that, and him and another boy his age went out with the shotguns, tried to go hunting. He was crouched down and his friend was behind him, aiming the shotgun to shoot something, and he stood up real fast, not being aware, they're kids, they don't know what they're doing. Shot him right in the back of the shoulder. He survived. He's got a big nasty scar still left over, but I do wonder if that contact with the other side, having a near-death experience, could have somehow made him more sensitive and receptive. And on that note, hearing the Jake Barber interview where he's talking about these psionics teams, there are certain people who are more sensitive to making contact with non-human intelligence. What if, I mean, I really think this guy Chris Bledsoe, he seems like he's got a good heart. He seems like a feeling type of person. Maybe it's the condition of his heart that's most important, and that made him like especially receptive to be kind of like a contactee or some kind of revelation.
Right. Well, let's look how the Urantia book, came to be, right?
Yeah.
I think, there's similarly a confluence of events and conditions that allowed this to be able to happen. And he also had the second near death, which was a medication overdose.
Oh, that's right.
So I don't know if Taylor was going to mention something about that. Or...
I was actually going to mention something somewhat different, but now I kind of forget, honestly, that last bit that we were talking about.
Something about visualization techniques.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, after one of his hospital recoveries, I think this was after that second one where he had been dosed on the wrong medications by a doctor that was actually had misdosed a lot of people and ended up dying himself from dosing himself. So he was sort of off the deep end at that point. So that Chris, had a near death point in the hospital going through that. So I think it was after he had gotten home from that one where he was seeing one of these short beings in the house, and he would like talk to it and have like mental telepathic conversations, and he would point it out, but no one else in his family could see it. No one else in his family could see it.
Freddy or something.
Yeah, he gave Johnny, I think it was the name. He gave like Johnny. A name to it. And what he said that what he felt, the reason that this being was there was that it was watching over him, that I was protecting him, making sure he's recovering right. And he would see it like a lot of time during this period of recovery, but his family couldn't see it. And he said his family even took videos of him, saying like, yeah, I can see it like right there, stuff like that. So then it makes you question here, okay, if only he can see it, like what is happening? Dedrick just mentioned like some of these beings, are they projecting some and changing his mind so that he can see them? Or did something change in his brain or his perception and consciousness after the near-death experience that sort of opened up an antenna that allows him to more easily see this stuff? There's a lot of questions there. Now, I will say that most of his accounts, in my opinion, are actually incursions into our physical reality, meaning that a camera could also catch these events. And he even has videos of a lot of these orbs. And he says that the beings will come out of the orbs. He has a video where he says, and I think I've seen the clip before. It's super brief, but like if you stop on the exact frame, the video of the orb, you can actually see like the outline of a figure, of a humanoid figure, like in this ball of energy. And so he says that they come out of these orbs sometimes. And that's like a thing on camera. So that's an example of they're actually influencing the energy within the physical spectrum. Maybe they themselves are physical beings, or, they're somewhat spiritual, and they're sort of, I guess, translating into the material energy spectrum, or what we call the material energy spectrum. And so, yeah, there's those couple elements, but a lot of Chris's encounters, I don't think they're internal projections. Although at some point, you could question, like, okay, if a camera was filming him during all of these events, would the camera pick up absolutely everything that he's observing, or would it only pick up some things? And I do think it's probably a little bit of a mix of both. Obviously, because we just told that story where Chris saw the being, but no one else could see it. It was in the house. So, yeah, we just want to throw out all these concepts here because within these fields, there's a lot of different sort of cases. There's a lot of overlaps, but you should also know that just because you can't catch something on camera, but you observe it in your consciousness, even if you're fully awake or somewhat asleep, doesn't mean it's not real. See, we normally call it a hallucination, and we sort of write it off as being not real. But what we're unacknowledging or not acknowledging here is that the human mind can perceive energy spectrums beyond the five senses. And we don't really know what that means yet, because it's hard to measure exactly what that is. But, for example, out-of-body experience, I think, is the clearest example. Electrical sensations. You separate from your body. You feel like you're in somewhat of a copy of your body, but it's lighter. You can float, you can fly, you can walk through walls. But it has like an energetic sensation. I'll even say it live. In my out-of-body experiences, I fly out my window. If I go past the power line, I can feel it. It's like it's an uncomfortable feeling, actually. That's something that proves to me that I am actually interacting with a real energy spectrum of the environment around me. But you could say it's possibly like it's not levels removed, but if you think of it in terms of densities and frequencies, like the light spectrum that Magma showed, like what if in the out-of-body experience you're only measurable on the X-ray, on the gamma ray spectrum or something? Like if we had intense measure, if you had, go to the Monroe Institute, if you have like some gamma ray, or it can measure a lot of different frequencies of energy, would you actually see somebody separating from their body? Like the question is, what level of energy is that occurring on? And that's a really interesting question to me. But to me, it obviously connects that our consciousness, our energy body, it can interact and observe things from the physical world, but primarily it's operating from what we call the other side, what we call the spiritual side. But with my worldview, I'm able to actually sort of create a gradient layer of how exactly do we get from material to spiritual, and where do those levels of energy break down? Because I don't think going out of body makes you a pure spirit, an actual spiritual entity. It feels spiritual when it happens because it's like your first context for anything beyond the five senses. However, I would even argue that it's possibly more material than we think. As in, I don't think your out-of-body is like your eternal form, per se. I think it's still a type of energetic container. You could even argue that it's being generated by your body, and that when your body dies, you no longer really have access to that your body is actually providing the energy, even though you can use it as a sort of wireless force to go remote view stuff. So like, it's not as simple as spiritual material. There's a lot more layers to this. And that's what we as humans, with our curiosity, we can discover those layers. And that's something that we're supposed to do and is exciting to do. So that's why you can obviously hear my excitement about these topics.
Yeah, super exciting. And like, it could, yeah, keep going. You kill it, Shane.
Well, I have a friend who was in a coma for several years. And she describes that when she was in the coma, she was able to interact with beings or actually see things that as she slowly came out of the coma, that went away. There's another thing when you were talking about filming or the being able to take pictures. So have you guys heard of Dorothy Izat?
Mm-mm.
So there is a free documentary online called Capturing the Light, and it's about Dorothy Izat. And she had a very similar experience to Chris Bledsoe, where she was able to film these entities. And I don't want to spoil the movie, but there's a scene that you absolutely have to see and experience because it ties into all of this. But she would film on 8mm, and yeah, I don't want to say more. If you're interested, you can go watch it. It's pretty
What's it
incredible.
called? Let's put it in the chat.
So her name is Dorothy Izat. The last name spelled Izatt, and the movie's called Capturing the Light.
Okay.
Capturing the light.
Capturing the light.
By
Cool, I pulled
Dorothy
that up. I can check that
Izat, Izzat.
Yeah. Sorry, 1Z. Izatt.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, let's keep moving on here.
Go check that out.
What do we want to go into next? Because we can talk about the lady. I got this clip about this furry that was handed to him,
Yeah,
a prickly furry that was handed to him. Those things kind of connect, the lady and this specific encounter. So should we talk about that next? And then I also have clips from Diana's interview. Yeah, we're about 2 hours in now.
That's cool. Whatever.
But
I'm going with the flow. I feel good.
I think it'd be good for us to get through the clips y'all have pulled up. I actually have something very relevant to what you just said. There goes my camera.
Giving us that stone face. But yeah, I mean, while we have this little lull, I'd like to thank everybody who's still in the viewership in the chat. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to everybody. If you like what we're saying, you just stumbled upon this YouTube channel and you're like, God damn, these guys are killing it. I do want to remind you to hit that subscribe button so you are up to date with the rest of our drops. Everybody knows the world's going around. The president of the United States just made this announcement. Legacy FHP now has t-shirts. We're selling them. The link is in the description. They are $30. Cost us $21 to manufacture them. We're only making a $9 profit. It really helps get the message out. It helps us take down the corporatocracy that's ruling America and the rest of the world. And it actually helps us try to get this mind, body, spirit practice out to the rest of our brothers and sisters, because we are trying to get this app. We're trying to get an app so that everybody can log in and pretty much check your mind, body, spirit progress on a daily basis. Link up with other people in your area so that you can grow in your mind, body, spirit together. And it'll be, just some cool stuff that could possibly be sent your way if you start making these mind, body, spirit achievements. So we're looking forward to that. If you do like what we're saying, again, hit that subscribe button and think about buying a shirt, because you can walk around and rep that shit on all over your chest, Legacy FHP. People, hey, what's that? You can tell them what we're about. And that money will help get us towards that app so we can help everybody else understand what we're talking about here. So take a look at that. Link is in the description. And don't forget to like the video too. The likes help us out a lot, helps us get to the front page. So press them buttons and go get some sick threads.
I guess I owe you boys an apology because I still haven't ordered my shirt.
Oh my gosh. Jeez.
It's okay because we know you're going to.
Yeah,
It's
it
the
will
people,
be
it's the people closest. You have to keep your
right.
friends close, enemies closer.
I
I'm
gotta
just
rock a
kidding.
legacy shirt. That will be done by
Come on
the
now.
end of the day.
There you
Nice.
go. See,
All right.
let him motivate you guys. And also, if you go to the channel about, not for this video, you go to the channel, there is a link to the Legacy Discord. We have pledges in there. You'll see a little channel in there. It says Legacy Pledges. It's a little pledge. You go there, sign it, and post it in the channel. And I got something special for you. It pretty much just says, I pledge to be the best person I can be. I pledge to help others do the same. I pledge to be aware of the internal light as well as the external source of all things and to understand that these are one and the same. So it's just getting you to be conscious of that internal light and that it comes from the source of all things and that you're here to help other people progress in their mind, body, spirit. So go check out that pledge. The link is in the YouTube about. If you sign it and post it, you won't get some of that Marancha bucks, baby. So go check channeling the Arcturians. Jesus was a shrimper. Incoming transmission. No, seriously, go check out the shirts. I hope you guys like what we were saying. Press that subscribe button. You guys got some clips?
All right. I got something. I realize I should probably share it while it's relevant. I'll go ahead and share my screen real quick. So Taylor, I
CGI
thought
UFO videos.
I not this
Sorry,
time.
we're
Next time.
never gonna let you live it down.
Oh, don't worry, I'll do it again.
I got plenty.
I'll find the most inappropriate time to play UFO footage.
Your screen. Let's go.
All right, so I had to share this because I thought it was fascinating when you were describing your out-of-body experience and you could kind of feel a discomfort of voltage passing over a power line. Now, there are two little concepts that came up in my mind from this weird old book from 1948. It was published in 1948 by Max Freedom Long. It's called The Secret Science of Miracles. This book goes deep into the woo-wooiest of woo. It talks about like every paranormal metaphysical concept of 1948. There's like the American Psychical Institute or whatever. These societies researching this kind of stuff. But anyway, this guy had gone out to Hawaii, and he ends up spending a few decades just living in Hawaii among these people. He's an American guy, and he ends up discovering this secret society of kahunas, which at that time in 1948 was actually kind of dying. It was like very big during like at the point of time around colonialization, and it became very taboo in the Christian tradition at the time. These kahunas were practicing like magical kind of stuff, this Hawaiian magic, and so they kind of made it like a secret society. They kind of got very secretive about what they were doing. But as he's kind of disclosing a lot of their secrets, there's one little thing from chapter 5 here. The kahuna system and the three souls, or spirits of man, each using its own voltage of vital force. These spirits in union and in separation. To return to our illustration of the measuring stick of the ancient system called the secret, we have been considering the first unit, that of force. The second unit to be measured is that of consciousness, which directs the force. Later we shall take up the third unit, that of the substance through which consciousness exerts force. If the kahunas were right in their idea that human consciousness is composed of two separate spirits on this level, and a third or superconscious spirit, acting as a guardian angel, so to speak, we have in that concept, in addition to psychological knowledge, which is of such importance as to be hard to estimate. This concept must cause us to consider our religious theories of the human soul. If the kahunas are right in stating that we have in us, thank you, a less evolved lower spirit just up from the animal kingdom, as well as a more evolved spirit, which has long been up out of the animal kingdom, our ideas of salvation will also have to be remodeled. Two salvations, well, blah blah blah. This kind of keeps going, but it basically talks about The religious concept of karma and reincarnation will also have to be revised in the same way and for the same reason, that of having to fit the theories of two unequally developed spirits, to say nothing of fitting them to the superconscious, which is the oldest and most highly evolved of men's three selves or spirits, the Almakua or parental spirit. And it goes on to talk about that, but it's really interesting because the Hawaiians actually have these words to describe basically, you have a lower self, you have your human mind and your soul. And then you have a higher self, which is a super conscious deep within you that you can tap into. And within their lore, they basically describe being able to tap into the super conscious to kind of tap into the intelligence of every other conscious. Baby D, what's up? And while I'm on
Angels
the
are real.
Say it again.
Angels are real.
Yes,
There you go.
they are, baby
There you
G.
go.
Yes, they are. Amen to that. One more thing I wanted to bring up from this book. This is from much further in the book, and I'll just read this little part here. But it has been said by the way of objection that the spirit of a dead man. Well, you know what? Here, I'll just say this. They basically, the Kahunas. It was believed by the Kahunas that all things had a shadow body, the world of form and the world of substance. We know that when the voltage of an electric current or discharge is sufficiently high in atom-smashing machines, various elements are transmuted and become other elements. Knowing this, we may agree that the mana, or electro-vital force in man, when stepped up to the highest voltage, can be used to change visible matter to the invisible form, and back again to the visible. And he takes this in a few directions. He talks about spirits being able to manifest themselves basically through orbs, and then stepping up their voltage for a short period of time to make themselves visible, and then they basically revert back to their invisible state. But another interesting concept about the shadow body, it sounds a lot like this concept of morphic resonance. Michael Levin, the scientist who's doing experiments with these flatworms, he found all kinds of interesting things about these worms. When you slice them up into pieces, although there's no connection with their nervous system, they reform back together, and the separate body parts
That's so
are
trippy.
sharing some kind of field where they're actually able to exchange information. Another interesting experiment, when they started further understanding the polarity of this bioelectric field, in the embryonic development of these flatworms, they were able to change the polarity to where it would actually grow two heads. I can skip ahead here where you can see this. And
Just by changing the electro gradient in the actual environment.
exactly. And weirdly enough, these actually, when they reproduce, their babies have two heads, even though there's been no alteration in the genetic code.
Wow.
And so what is proposed here is that DNA actually doesn't play as vital of a role in genetic transmission as we think it does, because
Oh God.
what the suggestion is here is there are two factors. Your DNA controls the lower level things like proteins and stuff like that within each organ and cellular system, but then you also have a bioelectric field, which is more of a mystery. We don't fully understand it yet, but that governs the major organization of organs and all that. And where I'm getting with this, the kahuna concept of the shadow body is this idea that when you're healing, your shadow body is basically an invisible duplicate of your body, overlaying your body. And when you're injured and you're healing, you're kind of slowly, the material form of your body is trying to catch back up to this shadow body, this like perfect template of how you're supposed to look. And they have a lot they go off of that, but basically their idea of miracle healing is that, here, I'll stop sharing my screen here. Their idea of miracle healing is that you are able to change the future and accelerate time to get to that point, because we basically have an accidental future we're constantly stumbling into, but they're able to deliberately like fix a point in future where you're able to, like, I guess, restore your form to your shadow body. And that book gives a lot of examples of miracle healings across different cultures. Even in Catholic traditions and stuff, there's examples of this. So it's interesting that Chris Bledsoe has this experience of basically a miracle healing after having contact with this being. And that was really the big point I wanted to make, is there's a lot to unpack there just in the concept of miracle healing, but it seems like he goes on to have this ability to kind of accidentally heal people, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
Those are great points. Yeah.
yeah, and I don't even know. I guess I'll mention it briefly. Is that it seems that another thing that has sort of been opened to Chris is that he's sort of maybe a direct channel for some of these spiritual forces to enact some of these healings, and I think that's also how he would describe it. In that there's been actual like physical healings that Chris has been a sort of conduit through which has occurred. And he's very humble. He'll always say on these podcasts, like, this is not me healing, this is me asking God to heal them. And yeah, so that's another interesting factor. And again, he's not claiming to be the power behind this healing, but if you want to judge something by its fruits, that's a perfect example. Now, if you're of the religious mind and you go, oh, someone's healing, the common counter argument that comes up is this classic, how do we know he's not healing by the devil's power? And my first thought would be, do you have examples of the devil? When has the devil healed someone of their physical disease? Like what exactly is your example or precedence for that? That's one. And then two is what you're really struggling with is that normally you relegate spiritual healing to the version of God that you understand. And as soon as this healing, as soon as the cause or the story behind this healing tends to go beyond your worldview of what spiritual beings do and how they work, then suddenly you're just blaming it on the other side. That must be demons causing the issue. When really, maybe it's your understanding that is just limited, and you're scared because now it's right in front of you. Now there's a modern event right in front of you, not something 2,000 years ago. It's here, it's now, and you're being asked to discern the nature of it. And it causes you to have to ask questions and expand your worldview and your religious ideas in an uncomfortable manner. If you're not used to doing that, it's uncomfortable. You're used to, in most religions, being told what is real, being told how to interpret spiritual reality. By, I guess you could call it the modern day version of the priesthood, the theologians. They'll tell you what is acceptable, what has a precedence. And then when something different occurs, they'll say, yeah, you probably shouldn't look at that. It's dangerous. That's the fear. That's the fear that you'll be facing if you have a religious background and you continue to be exposed to these topics and subjects. And I think at some point everyone will. There seems to be a lot more coming out about the relationship between spiritual experiences and this ET subject. And I think it's going to become so prevalent in the consciousness and that these stories are coming out, that your Congress members are writing laws using the term non-human intelligence and UFO crash retrievals. Eventually, this is going to be talked about in your church. You can't avoid this forever. So please start thinking about these things now and going over these concepts. If you're already here on the channel, wow, you're already ages ahead of most of your peers. Hopefully by the time your pastor is talking about this, you will have dissolved the fear concepts behind these mysteries, and really realize that this is quite a big modern adventure unfolding in your eyes that you can be a part of. Join the legacy. So, yeah, let's see, transferring into that, I think I'll use this as an opportunity to show you one of these sort of spiritual messages that was given to Christopher when he met one of these sort of spiritual beings that he calls the lady. And I think this is a very moving experience. It's also weird in that it seems to be a very physical experience. This is not him like out of body or something.
Well, hold up. I still want to say something on this. So shed some light on this this miraculous healing and the shadow body that you talk about. It's interesting that we have like this metaphysical template that our cells kind of go based off of. Showing that amazing video of the flatworms, that was awesome. I could sit there and watch microbiology under a microscope all day long and just nerd out. But it's really cool how they were able to create one of the two heads just by changing the magnetic fields on it, and that it shows you that there's more inputs than just the DNA that dictates what form manifests. It's really cool. And like knowing this with like, and that every time we think a thought, there's a magnetic field. Every time there's an electric current, there's a magnetic field. Our thoughts may actually have more impact on the matrix, on reality, than we believe. And then I like how I didn't even think about that, the tying it into the miraculous healing, because I've been reading this stuff for a while. The Urantia book kind of talks about miraculous healing a lot. It talks about all of Jesus's episodes of healing, and it talks about all of his different miracles and the mechanisms behind it. And I want to use this moment to kind of hopefully shed some light on what's actually happening here.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess the angels have the ability to accelerate time, and that's not a miracle. I know it sounds crazy because to us that sounds like, oh my God, that's a miracle. But just pretty much like if you see a caterpillar turn to a butterfly, that would normally happen over time, but they have the ability to just make that process happen in an instant. And you're not breaking any laws. You're not like bending chemicals out of their natural state. They're not
isolating a field where the natural process and the cycles are accelerated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And within that, they can create these time warp bubbles and fields that within that bubble and field, all the atoms and chemicals, they can kind of speed up the rate of revolutions and turn it down. So now referring to your shadow body and all these healings, I'm sure that's what's happening. Like there's a slow time lag in the physical reality, but they can place a bubble around it and speed up that chemical process so you heal faster. From our point of view, it would be a miracle, but it's really not a miracle. They're just accelerating chemical functions and placing them in the proper organizations to help it get to that final desired state quicker. I guess we're going a little bit long right now, so I won't read it all, but I'll just bring up the fact that when Jesus turned the water into wine, that was also a quote unquote miracle. And the Urantia book talks a lot about his physical healing miracles. He went around and made the blind see. He healed people of their ailments. All he was doing was speeding up the chemical process factors and organization factors of that specific time cell in space and time. So when Mary, his mother, asked him, "Oh, we're running out of wine, Jesus. We need wine." I'm not going to get into the mechanics of it. He actually didn't really want to do it. I know that's another serious rabbit hole. We're not going to go into that, but he didn't want to do it. But because he was the creator's son and whatever he feels is, I guess the rule of the universe is whatever the Father wills and the Son desires is, period. So he was the son. He did, and he kind of felt bad for his mom. Oh, you're right. I guess we do need wine. And because he desired it, it snapped into instance. But the Urantia book gives you a little bit more insight on what actually happens. So it says at the end, it says, it was gradually dawning upon Jesus what happened. Of all persons present at the marriage feast of Cana, Jesus was the most surprised. Others had expected him to work a wonder, but that was just what he had proposed not to do. And then the Son of Man recalled the admonition of his personalized thought adjuster in the hills. He recounted how the adjuster had warned him about the inability of any power or personality to deprive him, the creator, prerogative of independence of time. On this occasion, power transformers, midwayers, and all other required personalities were assembled near the water and other necessary elements. And in the face of the expressed wish of Jesus, there is no escaping the instantaneous appearance of wine. And this occurrence was made doubly certain since the personalized adjuster has signified that the execution of the Son's desire was in no way a contravention of the Father's will. But this was in no sense a miracle. No law of nature was modified, abrogated, or even transcended. Nothing happened but the abrogation of time in association with the celestial assembly of chemical elements requisite for the elaboration of the wine. At Cana, on this occasion, the agent of the Creator made wine just as they do by the ordinary natural processes, except that they did it independently of time and with the intervention of superhuman agencies in the matter of space assembly of the necessary chemical ingredients. So they were, I'm guessing the angels assembled around all the actual ingredients on Earth, wherever they may be, and then like zapped them to each other at a certain location, and then just sped up the fucking process instantaneously, and wine appeared instantly. So like no laws of time and space were abrogated or broken. They assembled it the normal fucking way. And that's what I'm alluding to, the miracles for the healing. The same thing happens. And that's why Jesus kept saying after a miracle, tell no man. Because he was mad that the people kept coming to him for these time-space miracles to get healed instead of listening to the truth he was saying. So it's like, these are cool. This is all awesome that this can happen. But I want the viewers to realize that this isn't a miracle per se. And it's not something that you should focus all your personality on. It's nice that we can get healed, but it's not everything. Like you should actually try to search for the spiritual truth contained within. And just so that you know, Jesus got extremely mad and sad that people would seek him out for miracle healing as opposed to the truth that was coming from his lips. So keep that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, because think about it. Angels have already given us the ability to heal ourselves. You know, that's kind of the miracle healing. Our bodies are self-healing when they designed us, you know. But like, something that really came up in my mind is when you're talking about Jesus's miracles, is you mentioned as a son of God, anything that the Father allows. What was it? The Father allows and the Son wills.
Whatever the Father wills and the Son desires is.
That's right. Now, you know, like the Master Key system and Think and Grow Rich talk about this, where if you have a burning desire to do something, you formulate a plan in your mind, there's like no force of nature that can stop you from making that happen. And that's the world we see built up around us. Now, I wonder, as sons of God, obviously we're not of the same caliber as Jesus. He's a much higher level of sonship, but we're still sons of God. I wonder if that's why we have this brief and intense boot camp experience here on this world, is because what if like at our full peak development, we can do that kind of stuff, you know, just like boom, manifest whatever. And in our immaturity, we could manifest infinite famine across the world, you know, nuclear war, whatever. We're already bordering that, you know, so it's like this world's kind of to insulate us from the rest of the cosmic universe, you know. We kind of got to be held back.
That's funny. That's true. Isolate them. They're too strong. His power level's over 9,000. Fuck yeah. I know Tay Chilla got some Super Saiyan clips.
Yeah. I've been waiting to see this clip here.
Guys, unfortunately I gotta jump off for baseball practice. But,
you're good.
Thanks
for joining us, brother.
Yeah,
thanks for adding your expertise.
Anytime if I did, it was by accident. Thanks so much for covering the topic. I think this is really important and timely, and I think one of the keys to it is like, you know, be willing to personally get engaged and look into it, like dive deep into it, because like there's definitely some meat on this bone. And you know, we've only scratched the surface here. Like, you know, I know I mentioned that I think Chris is part of the Reserve Corps of Destiny. And if you know, you look at paper 114, there's all sorts of stuff in that paper that I think is relevant to this story. But yeah, if you cover it again, let me know.
That's awesome.
And you always got a spot on the podcast, my brother. So I know you talk and think about the exact same shit. I mean, we're friends in real life, so yeah. Fucking join whenever you want, dog. Peace out. Have
And
fun
I'll
with that baseball.
get my legacy T-shirt rocked too.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah. Thanks for
Y'all
your
hear that,
insight.
chat?
Drop
All right, my brother.
drop the
right.
stream link into the Bledsoe's Discord chat. I know you're on that supportive
Will do.
team, so if it makes sense, you know.
Yeah, buddy.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
what's up.
boys. Love you guys.
Peace.
Peace out,
See ya.
brother. So
Yeah.
I do notice something weird right now. I see some angel numbers going on, but there's a discrepancy. We got 11 people watching, but only 3 upvotes on the video. We got 12 people watching, only 3 likes on the video. What's up? Are we not worth just a finger swipe of a button? Come on,
I'm
just move
seeing
your
9
thumb.
likes. I'm seeing 9.
Oh, you're seeing 9 likes? All right.
Yeah,
my
refresh
bad
your
then.
page.
I'm over here.
There's a
Yeah,
few more
refresh my
likes
page.
there.
Okay. Oh, you're right. There's 9. My bad. You guys are holding it down. But if you haven't hit that button, let's keep going. Let's dive into that.
Yeah. Okay,
Get
so
these
this
clips. Let's
clip,
hit
I
the
got
lady
this
and the
clip
Sphinx. Come on.
about the spiky, furry, weird creature, and then we can also kind of talk about the lady. So
the tribble.
I don't know what
It's a
that
tribble.
means. A tribble.
Tribble?
Oh my God, you non-Trekkie, you nerds.
What's a tribble?
right.
Come on, show us a tribble.
Pull up the tribble after this.
I'm looking up tribal. Yeah.
Okay, so
I just
kind
I'll pull it up.
picture of a tribble while we're doing this.
okay, let me just share my screen and play this.
All right.
Eat it up.
Okay, and let's do that. Here we go.
Jumped up from laying in the bed, dead asleep, to sitting up in my bed, and it's dark. I can't see. And there was 3 o'clock on my, back then we had a clock, alarm clock, and it said 3 a.m. Next thing I know, I see movement in the room. Whatever they did to me, they caused me to get dressed and follow out the door. Now I'm outside and I'm walking towards my dog kennel at 3 o'clock in the morning, fully dressed, clothes from being asleep. And suddenly this figure hands me something. As far out as this sounds, now I'm telling you, it sounds crazy. And it took me 2 weeks to tell it because they all labeled me crazy and I stopped talking about it. Now 5 years later, this happens. And what happened was it handed me this object, and it felt like a living creature, like a squirrel maybe, or something that size, but I couldn't see or feel legs or a head. It felt just like a tube, but furry and kind of prickly. And handed it to me and said, you must keep this. Immediately I drop it because I know what it was, and it was prickly. And its words came again, no, you must pick this up. You must keep this. So I reached down to pick it up. When I did, this being that was standing there is now gone. And I'm at the dog kennel, so I'm juggling it in my hand. I know I need to see what this thing is. It's dark, so I opened the kennel and put it in and closed the door. And the very second I did that, this blast of air come directed. It wasn't in the woods and around us. It was right straight in front of me. A blast of air hits me and blew me over. The wind. Later on, I understood the Holy Spirit. The word spirit means the wind. The Holy Spirit means the breath of God.
Okay, so I'll skip ahead a little bit here because now this is where he's explaining. The lady tells him the meaning of this little creature that was handed to him, and I thought this is a form of heartwarming, I guess, but also like funny and weird, and
funny and weird, yeah,
and very true. So,
what was it that you were handed?
I've been asked that a million times. I don't know. It was like a living creature.
It was living. It was moving around.
But it had no head or legs. It felt like if you had a squirrel in your hand or a hedgehog, that prickly, it felt like it was living, but it had no head or tail. And I asked the lady what this was, and she told me it was symbolic of humanity. It had lost its direction. Had no head or no tail. It completely lost its direction. And it vanished. When I went
right
back,
on the money with that.
Well, exactly. And she told me a lot of stuff that I never revealed, and to this day I haven't revealed a whole lot of it because I don't want to sound like a prophet or any of that. I just don't. My goal is to share this story with everyone and share the phenomenon, which I have been able to do.
What did the figure look like that handed you the object?
It was a shadowy being, like a shadow being. So when you see these, you see this shadow of a human figure, but you can't really see the details. It's like a shadow. It's like a ghost, you might say. And
Yeah, so what do you guys think of that? Is symbolic of humanity has lost its direction.
That's interesting.
Sounds too new agey for me.
We don't have
You mean
a direction or
the
an
claim
orientation.
or the? I've never heard anything in the New Age about these little porcupines.
No, I know. Now it just like, they look at something and like, oh, it's what is it? Symbolically
sure.
represents
I gotcha.
that humanity is not. You look like a cave painting.
But he
See,
did
no
say
head
he said
means
the
that.
lady told him that. That wasn't his interpretation.
I know. I'm just joking.
I get you.
I'm
I
having
get you
fun.
saying.
Well, and
No,
it
was cool.
It's interesting too that I don't know if you have that pulled up as well, but his description of basically like a giant transparent cow leaping over him, and you can see constellations within it. It all sounds like some kind of symbolism that, like in biblical times, they use symbolism of animals and stuff because it's what they understand, the people of that time. And it's almost like the spirit of truth communicating to them in a way they can understand. And I mean, that's what language is. It's a bunch of symbols with meaning assigned to it. And so it does sound kind of like this was giving him an important encoded message with some symbolism that he could understand, like Shane mentioned, like his son could understand and interpret. And the weird, I know y'all are waiting to get into this in a little bit here, but the weird prophecy of Easter and 27 or something like that, like, I don't know what to make of that, but he could have been, a perfectly suitable person to receive some kind of important message. Maybe we'll
Yeah,
find our sense of direction.
I'm surprised you guys aren't Trekkies. Like, it doesn't make any sense in my head. It seems like you guys are dropping the ball there. Star Trek has so many cool concepts.
Star Wars. I grew up on Star Wars. I was one of the Star Wars, but not Star Trek.
Thank you. I grew up on Star Wars too, and I found Star Trek in college. Star Trek 2009, the movie, is what actually got me on Star Trek. So I am one of the few hybrids that come from both camps. I'm here to tell the world you can be both. Okay? Enough of this internal fighting. This Democrat, Republican, logic, male, Star Trek, Star.
Yeah.
It can all be integrated. I'm just saying stupid shit. Well, Star Trek, the second I heard that, I was like, what the fuck? It was handed a little. I thought Tribble immediately. And, Gene Roddenberry, UB reader, baby. Check this out. I shared my screen. A little clip from the good old Trek, baby. Got my volume turned up.
I'm curious if this is like a direct correlation, because if it is, then it's funny that those beings would have chosen that for that purpose.
So this is from the episode Trouble with Tribbles. That's what it's called, and they find this weird species of aliens that is eerily reminiscent of what Chris Bledsoe was handed.
Oh, look at that symbol on. And they're circular, no head.
No head. Yep. And I guess the entire thing for the episode is they find one of these things, they think it's cute, they bring it on board to study it, and then it reproduces like crazy fast to the point where it like fills up the ship. And the entire episode they're trying to figure out how to prevent these things from reproducing. And it's funny and comedic, but that's exactly what he described. Just a fur ball with no heads, no legs, no like top, bottom, just fur ball. And I'm like, the celestial concepts are aligning. I see some correlating data points, even though it's not serious in this freaking Sean Ryan government disclosure thing.
Yeah.
Like, Gene Roddenberry fucked with the Urantia book, made some episodes, and then this happened with Bledsoe. If we're talking for the same universe, maybe they might be talking about something similar. One was portrayed in media via Star Trek, and one was portrayed via the Chris Bledsoe experience. Making them Star Trek popular culture connections.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like the whole egg-shaped UAP, and then there's this is before my time, but some show in the '70s, Mork and Mindy, and they
Mork,
fly
Mindy, yep.
around in a egg-shaped UAP. You know, it's that weird, like, maybe creative artists are tapping into that infinite intelligence or
There you
collective
go.
unconscious or something like that, and getting a lot of these themes. I don't know. That's fascinating,
Yeah, I
man.
gotta rewatch that episode, Trouble with Tribbles, and see if there's any spiritual lessons to be
Well,
derived.
that's definitely interesting because again, there's two overlapping elements. One, the creature itself looks pretty much exactly as Bledsoe described, but also specifically that triangle on the Star Trek, that's their like symbol.
Yeah.
And so they see this, they use the same triangle symbol in, on these beings that Bledsoe encounters. Not the exact
And
Star
he
Trek
said
symbol,
NASA.
but it's like
Sorry, I cut you off hardcore, but sorry. But yeah, he said NASA was also interested in that symbol, and that the Space Force copied the Star Trek symbol of the triangle on the chest. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
You,
I think later when we talk about Diana's episode, we'll talk about the Roman symbology, and we'll pull up those
yes,
symbols
I got something about
because
that.
I have those images. So yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, like I said, like okay, if we see that connection, and we talked before about like they're using symbols that are sort of relative to us. They sort of mean stuff to us, and some of them are like ancient symbols, like Egyptian symbology. However, other symbols are like they could just be modern symbols, like from Star Trek, this tribble thing. And so it's like they're using it's like they created a sort of situation in which there's obviously a link between the tribble and the Star Trek. The idea of like, I mean, Star Trek is when humanity like enters space. And we use this triangle symbol in Star Trek, and they even have this, like, they encounter this creature with no head, no legs. And so what I see it as is like when you're using these symbols, okay, what are the ideas that are associated with these concepts? And there's this prediction that in 2026, when the Sphinx aligns with like the star of Regulus, that a new knowledge will be open to humanity. Is this new knowledge dealing with basically our entrance into the cosmic domain, awareness of the cosmic brotherhoods, the open interaction with extraterrestrial species, the secretive governments like fully no longer being able to keep a lid on this? Like, if that's what this is working up to, that's what these symbols, that's the concepts behind some of these symbols that without knowing that Star Trek thing, I wouldn't have like realized exactly. They had the symbol that he said was described to them, but it's also attached to this kind of Star Trek modern symbology, which I find very fascinating. Even this Lou Elizondo is going on podcasts saying that there's going to be a big event and it's going to be talked about everywhere on the news. And then, I can't tell you about it. It's like, even in the official like government sort of, you could say, managed disclosure, whereas like these people that are under NDAs are like allowed to go through the DOPSR process. They're told you can you can talk about this stuff, but you can't talk about this stuff. You can't use these terms. You can't reveal how many crash UFOs we have. You have to be vague about it, stuff like that. It's like, are they preparing for like an inevitable like revelation that they know is coming? Are they organizing this revelation? Are they actually gonna be the ones behind the scenes coordinating this? I happen to think that based on what the lady is saying in Christopher's story, it sounds like something that's inevitable, something that the spiritual hierarchies have either initiated or have known was going to happen. This new knowledge of humanity, which aligns with a star alignment with the Sphinx, which is allegedly going to take place in 2026 based on the astronomical calculations. So maybe should we talk about that now, this whole Sphinx, this prediction?
Might as well. I'm really curious because I saw
I do want to pause. I do want to pause to say that you could cook a damn egg off T'Chilla's third eye right now.
No kidding. Yeah, I imagine y'all might have some images, I hope, of this, but I didn't save it. I wish I did, but I remember seeing on a subreddit somewhere or something, someone mentioned this logo of the Space Force has the Sphinx with the star over it or something like that. So it's like they were already aware of this. And you got to ask, why would the government and why would an institution like NASA be even remotely interested in this, redneck kind of dude just goes out with his construction buddies fishing, has this encounter. They're like, tell us about the symbol. Come on, like, give us the details. Why are they interested in this? What do they know?
Yeah.
I'm looking for it right now. It's actually the thumbnail that we have for the video.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I think it's the National Space Intelligence.
If you look up, if you search like Space Force Sphinx logo on Google, it'll come up. I'll pull up the images on my screen as well.
Oh, cool.
And then we'll read some. I'll read some of the quotes here from.
Put one in the chat.
I'll read some of the quotes from his book, which give you the sort of exact wording on this whole prediction that he's given. He said he was told a lot of things by the lady, and some of them were about future events and things to expect. And he said he hasn't said everything per se, but yeah, what you're seeing right now on my screen is some logos that are basically used within the Space Force and National Air and Space Intelligence. So even like the Space Force logo, very reminiscent of Star Trek kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I find that funny, and I actually sort of wonder, was Space Force sort of created in somewhat of a preemptive idea from these secret SAPs, basically premising like, okay, the UFO stuff, we want to establish our military dominance in space because we have a lot of visitors coming from space, and we also want to be the first country to manage these visitors that come from space, and so let's make an official Space Force. That happened under Trump's last regime. I don't think Trump was aware of that as a reason, but I do find it interesting in the symbols that they're using, that yes, that is sort of the division of the military that is going to be directly sort of stationed with these data systems, satellites, monitoring space, our military in space, maybe even preparing future technological innovation, technological releases concerning anti-gravity vehicles, which will expand our operations in space, that will actually be maybe more public about, what we do have. So
yeah, I know Trump he's not aware of a lot of things. I think he's really trying his best to be an accurate representation of the people's desire, like the actual people of America, but it's unclear if we can really trust the government bodies surrounding him, which is the case with any presidential administration. We'll know what's up if Elon Musk starts taking credit for new Tesla anti-gravity devices or something like that. What is that one symbol there you have, the one logo with the Sphinx, the profile view of the Sphinx? That's really interesting there. It shows the Sphinx directly facing the star. I mean, I guess both of them do, but that was basically the prophecy that Chris Bledsoe described, is that when this certain star comes within view of the Sphinx, which will take place next Easter of 26 or 27, something like that. So yeah, that is wild.
So I will say that I'll share my screen here so you guys can see these links here. Well, actually, first maybe we should read. I should read the quote, and then we'll talk about why these symbols are relevant. So the quote, let's see here.
That's crazy. They had to make an official release.
Yeah, they do have an official explanation and on what these mean, and I think it's like it doesn't seem to be the full story. I think that someone behind this is knows a little bit more.
That's to save their ass. That's 100% to save their ass.
And they actually say that they say that that's the North Star, not the Star of Regulus.
Okay.
So
it's literally the space intelligence arm of Space Force. Anytime you have an intelligence arm of your military organization, these aren't the good guys. CIA, NSA. This is the space intel. Like, that gets worse. Imagine CIA and space. Space intel off. That's the last thing we fucking need.
I gotta be honest. We love to hate on the government programs. However, on a planet that would not be distorted, they would also have government programs and initiatives establishing these types of organizations. They just would have less distortion. So, and at the end of the day, these organizations are basically inevitable, a necessity, in that if there is no governmental level, like who would be organizing operations to deal with these subjects and deal with this data? So it's not that the existence of these organizations doing these things is bad in and of itself. It's actually our spiritual consciousness on this planet makes it so that the people that do have this data, the UAP, the crash retrieval, they've decided to lie about it based on their sense of moral reality or moral rightness. Like, instead of telling people the truth, they see that this is a danger to public knowledge, that if other countries knew we had alien craft, that there's a fear about weaponization of the technologies. So it's like we're really losing out on the inspiration that could come from these topics being public. But it's a sort of catch-22 in that there are a lot of people who would use this stuff for ill will. So, we're in a real bind. So I just try and not tap into that sort of like too much of the fear narrative, because what I see is the old guard. The old guard who has sort of propagated this legacy UFO program, and they run by a set of principles which we on this channel, do not agree with. We actively discourage the method that they have been using to silence people, to have counter psychological campaigns on the American public, to make people think that aliens are woo or fake or not real, or you should write people off. That's definitely like low level. That's some, But again, we're
skeevy bullshit.
Yeah, but we're gonna try and focus on the new incoming knowledge. Okay, so this was one of his encounters with this being that calls the lady. And these beings actually lead him to her in this case, and she says this. He said, "She spoke a parable that took a long time for me to process. When the red star of Regulus aligns just before dawn in the gaze of the Sphinx, a new knowledge shall come into the world. I was not sure what that meant. I have come to understand that around Easter 2026, there will be the end of an old way and the beginning of a new." So that's the original quote in his book. And then later on in his podcast and interviews, he talks about how, after he had said this publicly, he had people come to him and be like, "We ran the astronomical predictions, and there will actually be an alignment. With the star Regulus will be in the gaze of the Sphinx at this period around Easter 2026. Now, another weird part about this is that it says when the red star of Regulus aligns, and let me look this up. Is the star Regulus a red star? And the answer is no. Regulus is not a red star. It's actually a blue-white main sequence star. Is just a term. Now, something else I heard is that I think this would be super interesting. If the lady said the red star, there's an idea that what if this star goes from the blue-white main sequence star into a red star based on the progression of how stars, the life cycle of stars? What if
like
that
a red giant? Or something.
What if that is something that we will observe around the year 2026, and that's why she said the red star, because that would be like an actual prediction where like, because we don't actually know, I don't think we have a totally enough knowledge to know like when that star might change, because we'd have to know exactly how old it is. But there's a premise that like it might actually, and again, the light takes a while for it to get to us, so it would technically already have turned into a red star, but we're just waiting for the light to get to us. Yeah. Maybe that'll be interesting if it occurs like that.
To add some clarification to what you're talking about, so Regulus is a star system of 4 stars, quadruple stars. There's Regulus A, B, C, and D, and what we currently see is Regulus A, which is the blue star. But so there are 2 pairs of 2 stars that revolve around each other, and I think it's Regulus C or D are red stars. So there's some conjecture that we could change. The one we observe the most from that star system could shift from Regulus A to Regulus C or D.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, that also makes sense. That probably makes a little more sense actually. The red star of Regulus, so one of those other stars, aligning with the Sphinx. So
yeah, or Regulus A could go into red giant mode, and you could see stellar dynamics happening in front of us. Either way,
something like that. And perhaps space intelligence is aware of this, maybe through their contact with non-human intelligence. I don't know. And they encoded that into their symbol, because what if that represents some kind of marker or milestone in our timeline where some big disclosure happens or whatever, but they're obfuscating that fact in their little fact sheet here, in their description of what the symbol means, just to throw off anyone, especially like foreign intelligence agencies. Because D-Bake, you were talking about the legacy programs and the old guard that's kind of like a post World War II, Cold War kind of mindset of fear of other nations and intelligences and stuff like that, and possibly the new shift. Maybe it's a new world order we should all be afraid of, or maybe it's actually like the correct order of our nations finding their orientation. A lot of speculation there, but that's fascinating.
Makes sense. Checks out. Disinformation campaigns to throw you off the trail. Like every hot data point that is going to get you closer to the truth, the CIA or the intelligence agencies are going to try to get there before you realize it and distort it just a tiny bit, so that when you encounter it, it'll be different. Like this is the North Star, not Regulus, but it really is Regulus. They just distort little portions of the truth. Yeah, that was gnarly. So you read that part exactly what the lady said to him. What are you showing right here?
Oh, so this is, I just found this morning.
Shit.
Allegedly, Edgar Casey prophesied that
bro.
a hall of records would be discovered beneath the Sphinx, unveiling a profound knowledge to humanity. He indicated that this revelation would occur when significant celestial alignments take place, potentially around the year 2026.
Whoa.
Okay. So I will say, Hall of Records. The Hall of Records idea is not exclusive to Edgar Casey. This is also in the Tablets of Thoth. It says that it talks about the halls of Amenti. It talks about a UFO underneath the Sphinx in a hidden chamber that can be accessed by someone who is worthy. So I'm really curious here. I'd like to find. I'm going to look up to see if I can find this specific quote, because I want to know. Okay. Edgar Casey talking about the Hall of Records under the Sphinx. That's not a unique thing. That's mentioned other places. But did Edgar Casey did any of his quotes actually suggest that this would take place around 2026? Because that would be interesting. And
I don't know. Sorry.
Well, I got some.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got some heat for you fools. Are you searching right now?
Yeah.
Or can you pull something up for the viewers?
I can pull something up. You got a link?
Yeah, just the Keys of Enoch.
Okay.
Yeah, I have it. I
think the Keys of Enoch is the key that's going to tie this all together.
All right.
Legit. Because I heard this and I was like, no fucking way. I've been waiting for this moment my entire life. No.
We're gonna, to all our handlers out there in the CIA, in the intelligence agencies who use our data, because You're not, because
Yes.
your superiors are not spiritual enough to give you these sources.
Right.
We are
too compartmentalized up
we're
there.
dropping the knowledge.
Ooh.
So yeah, I got it. I can search. I can find that quote if you got a page or something.
Okay, so if you have it, I would just type in Sphinx, just Control F Sphinx, and then I'm going to go through the different paragraphs slowly, but probably in order. So the first one is on page 19, if you pick that one up.
Yep.
Right next to that. Also, side note, what's up?
These Mars images, that's from the Keys of Enoch?
That's exactly what I'm going to say. Yes. Okay. Side note, we got another episode coming out. I wanted to cover the Mars structures that are going around right now, but we don't have enough time.
Is that the exact photo that's in here? Is it the same
place? That's the Mariner. It's the same place. They're all in the same area. Yes.
Yeah.
Same with the face of Mars, Sidonia. Yeah. So they're all within a rock's throw, a stone's distance from each other. So we'll dive deep into that because the Keys of Enoch talks a lot. But right now we're going to talk about the Sphinx and Regulus. So right here it says on this. So this is the first of the 23 Sphinx times Sphinx is mentioned in the Keys of Enoch.
Can I mention something before this that I just found? Okay, so just to try and end the thing about the Edgar Cayce, I did find a link that said Edgar Cayce claimed that an ancient hall of records lies beneath the Great Sphinx of Giza. According to Cayce, this hall contains 32 stone tablets documenting the history of humanity from its inception to the destruction of Atlantis around 10,000 BC. He specified that the entrance to this hall of records is located near the Sphinx right front paw. Oh my God. Yeah. Please tell me this new knowledge is going to be 32 stone tablets with the history of Earth, including Atlantis. How lit would that be?
Right. How fucking sick would that
be? And it's like coded to open when the starlight from Regulus hits it.
Yeah.
My God.
And they're all emerald. Wow. They're all carved in straight emerald.
Like I was sort of taking that prediction as like a metaphorical spiritual awakening in humanity, but like, dude, if this could actually be a real physical data, stone tablets, we can date them. They're in Egypt. There's like a room that they get translated over time. 32 tablets.
Yeah, right.
I just got to throw in there.
Archaeology boner.
I've said this before, but I'll say it again because it's very relevant. But one thing Bill Cooper had said about the Sphinx in his Mystery Babylon analysis was that the Sphinx could be a lot older than we recognize. And, there's already evidence kind of supporting that with the water erosion and all that. But it's very likely the Sphinx originally had a lion's head, and it was sculpted.
Damn. You're revealing too much truth, Magma. Your handler didn't like it. Like, shut his feed down real quick. Sometimes he comes back in a second, sometimes he don't. So what's up? Earth to magma. Earth to magma.
Age of Leo, the age of the lion, that constellation would have been like in view behind the Sphinx when they built it, and it was like some great veneration to the age of Leo or something like that. So that would date this really old. And if there is like a UFO down underneath it with these stone tablets or whatever there is, that's from a very ancient civilization.
Yeah, that's funny you say that. Nothing in this book is true. It talks a lot about that. The UFO under the Sphinx and the pyramid. Yeah.
Oh, I got to check that one out.
Yeah, we got to read that for the Forbidden Scrolls. We will. We got you guys. We ain't going to leave you hanging. We got you. All right, so Keys of Enoch. I'm searching the Sphinx. I'm going to start reading from it. So it says that Enoch showed me how the mystery of the pyramid and the Sphinx were directly revealed in the landing of the Merkaba as the manifestation of wheels within the wheel, which I witnessed as it opened up and became one pulsating center of light technology in the shape of a pyramid. The Sphinx symbolically represents the face of thinking spiritual intelligence, which can move in and out of our solar spectrum and show us how we can leave behind our solar evolution, the lion, and become one with the sons of light. So it's saying symbolically the Sphinx represents that the lion, I guess, is a symbol for the vibration that our star is giving off currently, that red-orange light.
Huh.
And that it represents the ability for thinking intelligences to put on the garment of our local star and also leave it if it wants. And remember, a lot of planets are classified based on how many stars they're around. The Urantia book talks about planets being around trinary star systems evolve quicker because they are subject to the 3 differential light patterns that are directly around them. So imagine our planet being in a trinary star system. We'd be getting programmed and hit by a lot of different types of light as opposed to just our single star system. The Keys of Enoch talks about being chained to a single star system, that the planets that are around a single star are considered the lowest and most dense types of physical realities, and that the Earth is at the lowest, the most dense. And they refer to that as the lion. And being able to put on the garment of the lion or the face of the lion is a big, I guess you could say, badge of honor in the cosmos, to be able to navigate those celestial realities, those star systems of the dense patterns. Moving on. What was it? These spiritual vehicles of light will once again come down into communities of the righteous, which are in special grid areas of spiritual vibration throughout the world. These grids contain the pyramidal light patterns that will receive the vehicle, which will come as the capstone of light, activating these centers of light consciousnesses. This is the process of transforming the human evolution to co-participate with the higher evolution. This process of transformation is directed through the proper pyramidal frequencies of light and balanced by the energies of the Shekinah universes. The Shekinah universe is the body substratum, which allows this world to be transmutated into the higher worlds from its most intricate parts. Shekinah universe is the mother spirit. Shekinah means mother, the Holy Spirit, the third part of the Trinity. That's why it says it's the substratum. Like the conjoint actor gives you the physical, parts to create the universe. Moving forward, let's see what else it says. It says that I have to go through a couple. Sorry, bear with me here.
Yeah, go to the next one. So I can read this one. Enoch explained to me that when mankind opens the pyramid sphinx and uses the consciousness meridians, which connect the 12 energy vortices of the world to the pyramid sphinx, he will have reached a threshold where the energy vehicles can return and take mankind to the next evolutionary station.
Wow. Hell yeah.
I thought that was going to tell me a little bit, reveal a little bit more, but still pretty mysterious. Oh, shoot.
Well, right below it. Keep reading.
Oh, the Atlantean age is mentioned on the same page. So I'll keep reading, though. In fact, the Great Pyramid is built on such a point where the magnetic fields under the Earth, those on the surface of the Earth, and those on the celestial fields all cross so that the fields of alignment are direct. These magnetic fields are aligned through areals of magnetic energy which mark the points where energies from outer space pour into the Earth's surface. These areals are balanced on the Earth by the magnetic north and south pole. And at the time when tremendous solar flare movements bombard these magnetic points of the Earth, the fields of the Earth will be set in cataclysmic imbalance, spinning the shell of the Earth to new magnetic meridians, which find their balances equatorially. It sounds like a pole switch, but maybe not a full switch.
No, that's exactly what they're talking about.
They're talking about the full pole switch. Well,
polar shift of the crust.
Is that going to happen in 2026?
Oh, I don't know. At the very end, there's a cryptic paragraph.
At the very end? Which end?
Like once we get to 21, 22 of the Sphinx mentions.
Okay. Well, let's see. I'll stop. I want to bump over here to 30. There's about the Atlantean age. Yeah. So, okay. When this pyramidal zones, magnetic horizon, allowing us to intersect the Earth's pyramidal forces with the celestial pyramid Orion. This activity must take place in order to secure the time warps as points of physical rebirth. Bro, this is giving me chills.
That's dope.
I've had some weird.
It's the pyramid.
I've had some weird concepts of if a pole switch happens, UFOs will take a certain portion of humanity to time warp zones in order to preserve the human race. And
That's exactly what the key says.
While the pole switch will decimate a lot of the Earth and quite a bit of the population, anyone within these time warp zones will be preserved.
Will be saved. Yep. The elect, the spiritual elect.
And I'm like, I know that sounds super nutty, but the idea of a pole switch is actually not too nutty. That is considered possible, and so
it's a reality. Yeah,
that's a reality. Wasn't
that supposed to happen in 2012? I thought people were actually
that was the Mayan calendar. That was just the end of the Mayan calendar.
Yeah, it's a rough estimate.
So I'm sure some people supposed a pole switch, but I mean that's kind of, I mean, that's scary. I feel like there's not really anything I could do to prepare for that, so I just gotta let it happen. If it's really gonna get that nutty in 2026, I honestly don't feel like that's the case, but I guess it could be. It's too extreme to like constantly predict and talk as if this is gonna happen, because you get into that eventology mindset. And it's like becomes your new religion, like where you're always looking towards some cataclysmic event. So it's like, okay, it seems like it can happen. If it does happen, here's how it's going to happen. But so getting to this quote, when this takes place, the keystone or the pyramid color cap can come down upon the pyramid vortex jaw. For example, the higher intelligence is coming into the ocean through the Pyramid 5 energy configuration of the Bermuda Triangle and making use of the ocean shelf, which is there from the previous Atlantean age, preparing America to become the new Atlantis.
Trust, dude. Trust. When the legacy gains full control and we need to rename this place, either New America or New Atlantis, one of the two. I like that name. Because America needs to get rebranded.
Well, to be safe, let's just race to the Memphis Pyramid and we'll just hang out in Bass Pro Shop. We'll be safe there.
Wow. I do need to pee real quick, but I'm going to pick up on the 6th mention if you want to riff for like a minute or two, or just read it. Whatever.
Might just read the next one here. Oh, we got a cool image on the screen. Magma, do you have this up or should I share my screen?
I'm watching it on the live chat right now.
Okay. I'll share the direct PDF for you as well if you want a higher quality or a larger kind of view screen.
Cool. I mean, I actually do have the PDF, but yeah, I'm watching your live screen here. The Sphinx has some very nice perky details that are left out on the sculpture.
Should I zoom? If I zoom in too quick, is our stream going to get taken down? So we got the evolution of man kind of depicted inside this Sphinx. This does kind of, I see, I wonder if even this idea of like the human head on the lion, it does kind of like suggest, okay, humans have animal origins. We have this animal background in that we relate to the mammal species, but like we have also been cosmically influenced. Our DNA has been cosmically influenced and evolved, and that's why we can't quite see how we got from monkeys to like the current advanced human beings. And I propose that it's because we have been seeded. Our DNA has been seeded over time amidst the natural evolution. We have been seeded to become, and this is why we look so much more advanced than most of the other species. So I don't know if there's a quote here. This plate 5 says the Sphinx vehicle of light as the key to crossing the solar spectrum. I mean, even that quote makes me wonder if there's some sort of new knowledge happening in 2026 in relation to the Sphinx, and now we're kind of getting this context. Maybe there's some ancient knowledge in the Sphinx or underneath it that we will gain access to. Part of that knowledge may be an understanding of space vehicles or space technology that was lost knowledge in the past. So, D-Bake, I think we're good for you to read the next quote. I didn't get to it.
Which are you at? Whenever I want. Okay, cool. I'm gonna jump over. Yeah, I'm gonna jump over a bit.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go to 6 real quick and just kind of reiterate a little bit. So the pyramid and the Sphinx is in the center of the Earth's landmass. Does that make sense? It's kind of weird. It's kind of hard to figure that out unless you have like, spaceships in the atmosphere to figure out where the exact central point of the Earth is. It's kind of interesting that it's placed there. But so it says, Enoch explained how the vehicle of the pyramid Sphinx has been placed in the middle of the Earth as a living model of man's destiny to indwell in a higher evolutionary body once he can center his solar and magnetic energy with the alignment of the pyramid, which is the architecture of space. Furthermore, it shows how the face of the higher evolution is able to travel through our sun system and embody its consciousness in our solar evolution, in the body of our lion sun. Thus, the Pyramid Sphinx is an educational vehicle showing how the Brotherhood of Light can interpenetrate the pyramidal space of man, so that the race of man can be synthesized into new forms of light embodiment to go beyond our immediate sun system. The Sphinx symbolizes our body of space and time within the lion's solar evolution that must be conquered by man before he can wear the face of brilliance and indwell in the presence of the master architects of light. Pretty grandiose statements.
Yeah.
Let's see. So I'm going to move down to the 13th mention, but I'm actually going to read from the far left part of that page. For, I guess, paragraph 7. Enoch explained to me that the Great Pyramid is a geophysical computer showing the half-life of our local universe within the geophysical foundations of the Earth's biophysical, geophysical, and astrophysical meridians. Moreover, it is also an astrophysical life station showing how the geoid function of our planet is connected with Orion, which is the region for positive programming in the universe. The Great Pyramid on the Earth. This is page 38, so key 108, paragraph 7-8, yeah. The Great Pyramid on the Earth is, in reality, in conjunction with the pyramidal energy field under the Earth, which together form a diamond. From this central focal point, there is a network of magnetic resonance which connects all of the pyramidal energy fields around the Earth into a relationship of an icosahedron. This icosahedron grid is a monolithic structure of interlocking tetrahedrons and octahedrons, which give the true harmonic reciprocals of light acting on all points of the grid. So they're saying that the pyramid sits on like the electromagnetic and geomagnetic central point, and that it is cued with Orion, and that it records all tectonic, biophysical, geophysical, and astrophysical changes in the meridians, and it records it. And that these tectonic changes are actually cued with the Orion gravitational pull, and that it acts as like a library. It records all this so that the higher intelligence can ping it and get all this information. So if you're like a UFO flying by Earth, you shoot a laser into our pyramid, and it'll give you all this data so that you can learn about the local life on the planet. The true science of magnetic astronomy is to align the Great Pyramid with the constellation Orion so as to form the eye focal point to retrieve information from all points of the grid. Thus, the Great Pyramid is a model of light continuum of the many universes connected with our Earth. That's why the pyramids point to the fucking Orion. So the pyramids also have star shafts in them. Like, here, I can put a picture, or you can probably look it up for the people to take the pyramidal star shafts. So like there is a pyramid, but they also have star shafts going out of the sides that point to different star systems. And this is very important to keep in the back of your mind. So not only is the pyramids pointing at the actual constellation of Orion, they have like ventilation shafts. They call them ventilation shafts, but they're not for ventilation. And these shafts point directly to other constellations.
Wow.
With this relationship in mind, we can envision how the pyramid's unique star shafts transfer to Earth a monumental scale of the message of the gods of the imperishable stars, the Imwisk. The message contains a revelation of the true solar astronomy and mathematics that man must harness before he can leave Earth's environment. So if we look at the pyramid on the basis of the life shafts, we can trace evolution between our dying anti-universe on one hand and the rising regenerating universe on the other. For the Great Pyramid is an astrophysical eye between the larger positive and negative cycles of star evolution charted by the astrophysical star shafts. These star shafts contain the resonance patterns of magneto-hydrodynamic activities and function as cosmological calculators. So I'm going to put a picture of the shafts right now in the chat. You want to show the people? I don't know if you're already showing the people.
Yeah,
You
I
already
did
pulled up
actually find that
something.
one.
Cool. So if you look at those shafts on the side of the pyramid, you'll see that they point to other areas, and that the keys is saying that that is a way to measure that the pyramid will act as an eye, and those shafts pointing to different star systems. It's funneling in, just like I said, like when you look at an eye, that means that starlight is touching your retina. Those shafts are funneling in starlight from specific constellations.
That's
And that if
interesting.
it's saying that if you study the walls of those shafts, you'll notice a resonance pattern from the magnetohydrodynamic star channels from those stars, and it will give us different chemical and mathematical formulas in order to exit this gravitational force of our planet and enter Orions or enter Pleiadians.
Now that is interesting to note that the King's Chamber shafts and the Queen's Chamber shafts look like vectors. You notice they're at like slightly different angles. You got like a point A and a point B, so you can actually like look at that mathematical vector and get a straight trajectory. And it kind of makes me wonder if at one point maybe they weren't covered up on the edges. Well, no, because I see the two inner shafts don't even reach the outer layer of the pyramid, but I wondered if they might have been once used as viewing chambers where you would get in there, sight down the tunnel, and get just a clear view of that one star, something like that.
And you get that energy blast into your third eye.
Maybe.
Transfer your
How
soul
about this?
over there.
When you go into the King's Chamber and you lay in that
Lay in the sarcophagus.
thing,
That's exactly
and it
what I
helps.
imagined.
It helps put you into an altered state of consciousness. And the star shafts means that when you go out of body, you find that star shaft, and that light is like a highway to take you there.
Whoa.
To Orion.
That's exactly how I think of, yes.
Because normally it's like, and I sort of wonder like how far were they able to get using this method, if that is a possibility, because we have a book that says that in order to get to the afterlife worlds, you either have to await a resurrection call, which happens en masse, whereas like your soul is basically still on earth after death, and upon a resurrection call, they take a bunch of the souls to the afterlife worlds and they resurrect them. They give them new like spiritual type bodies. Now, on the other spectrum, sometimes you can an individual of high spiritual character after death may be transported by seraphim who actually ensconce the soul and take them across the stars, which is a journey they can't really make on their own. And they take them to those worlds and they get them resurrected right away. So yeah, maybe this, it's basically some esoteric speculation there, but from at a point of initiation or altered states of consciousness, maybe those shafts of light would provide focal points of energy that could be traveled or traversed, or maybe you just bathe in that light, and you just like sit there or something, and that gives you information. Maybe it's maybe it's as simple as they like meditate in these different chambers where the light comes in from these sectors, and that also is creates some sort of experience.
There's some wild symbolism there in that image you shared, D-Bake. They got
that's what I was trying to say. Like, should Chilla show the people that image that I just put in the chat, because it has a picture of what you're talking about. Like, look at the person. You see the pyramid, and there's a person laying down in the pyramid.
Oh yeah.
And then you see the two the two shafts hitting their third eye.
This is on page 102.
Yeah.
If I were to interpret this, it looks like, the person's laying down in the chamber. They're, you see their third eye on their forehead. It looks like one's going to a three-headed dragon. I don't know if that
Yes.
represents like the Luciferian
Alpha
dragon,
Draconis. Alpha
something like
Draconis
that.
constellation.
Okay. And then the other one, is that like the pale horse from Revelations or something? Or is that just like a valiant rider? I'm not sure. But then you see he's got like a dark, I'm assuming that's like a dark dove and a light dove or something like that. So you got the duality, but then you got the red, yellow, blue triad above. Is that a astral projection coming out of him or something? But then you got the angel down there, and you got a father, mother, and child. Is that the Trinity? I don't know. That's very open to interpretation. Oh, and there's a third bird up on the top of that kind of rainbow triangle there.
Yeah, and then if you see like the lady going above the top, she represents the universe, like her feet's on the left bottom side. That's Maya, the illusion.
Oh, okay.
Like the physical illusion. So yeah, that I love that illustration. It's one of my favorite illustrations from the keys. Whoever did the artistry in this is amazing. I love it. I actually meditate on that specific picture a lot. It actually fucking Taejil just starts channeling the aliens and speaking of these images in his mind, and it's literally in the picture right there, and it's in the next paragraph right here. It says, during previous geomagnetic cycles, the north star shaft of the Great Pyramid originally pointed towards the circumpolar star of Alpha Draconis, and the south star shaft pointed towards the Taurus Orion constellations. So remember how it says that it's an eye in between the positive and negative constellations? So Draconis, the Dracos, the negative anti-universe, and the positive Orion universe that they're pointed at. So it's like an astrophysical eye in between the two. Very interesting, right? So let's keep going for a second. Orion must be understood as giving forth the positive sword of light to cut through the magnetic field of biological limitation. We must understand that the Lords of Light from Orion as giving us this consciousness model of the solar Sphinx to rise to a newborn creation. I'm on the 13th Sphinx mentioned, by the way. Newborn creation beyond the negative energy of the immediate magnetic fields. Man must understand why the ancients regarded Orion, the region of Imsk, as the princely region among the stars, as it is said in the pyramid texts. So the pyramid texts is literally the Bible for the Egyptians. If you remember the pyramid texts, that's the Book of the Dead. These are what the Egyptians believe in, the high priest, the only artifacts of the high priest's scrolls that we have. So this is what they're saying in the pyramid texts. Orion, the father of the gods, has given a certificate of life creation and has a great power. The pyramid texts also speak of the builders of the pyramid, the Nine, the Council of Nine, who programmed the direct.
Which key is this? I can't find these quotes based on the numbers you're using. You're saying the 13th
so it's 108.
Result.
So key 108, paragraph 15.
Okay, I'm there.
Paragraph 15, yep. So it's saying, Orion. So paragraph 16. The pyramid texts also speak of the builders of the pyramid, the Nine, the Council of Nine, who programmed in the direction of Orion. So this is from the pyramid text. In your name of dweller in Orion, with a season in the sky and a season on earth. O Osiris, turn your face and look on this king, for your seed which issued from you is effective. And another text gives forth the sacred message. The sky conceiveth thee together with Orion. To dawn beareth thee together with Orion. Live the one who liveth under the order of the gods, and so will thou live. Those are fragments from the pyramid text and the Egyptian scriptures, just talking about how they understood that Orion was the next place that you go to after you die. The Egyptians called it Sak, the Tibetans called it Tak, and the Hebrews called it Kesil. So those are three different names from Orion in those three original languages. Now let's do some prophecy or connect it to this Regulus thing. So it says that the pyramid has a bunch of stuff coded in it. Right now I'm at 108. I moved over to paragraph 31. The squaring of the circle is one of the greatest mathematical problems known in the calculus of the ancient Egyptian pre-scientists who were concerned with the greater solar movement, for it allowed them to use astrophysical tables given by the higher evolution, which were placed in the pyramid. These showed how the human race within the squaring of the circle is directly related to Kima, the Pleiades. Now they're bringing the Pleiades in. The key solution is the understanding of how terrestrial and solar movement are tied together in the greater precession of the equinoxes, the 26,000 year cycle which connects the Pleiades, Kima, to the cradle from which our embryonic cycles of time are calculated by the higher evolution. Thus, this precession of the equinoxes is the length of time required for our solar system to make one complete revolution around the Pleiades, our greater parent sun, which calculates to a period of 25,827 years, 0.5 years. So it's saying that remember that the 26,000 year precession of the equinoxes, that everybody talks about that. The Mayan Baktun calendar, the whole 2012 thing, it takes us 26,000 years to travel around and do a full circle. The keys are revealing that the Pleiades is the center of this circle and that we all revolve around the Pleiades. So keep that in the back of your mind. Now let's move on to the moving on pretty far out of this chapter. Okay, so now we're going like this. We're going to key 206. Pretty far. Key 206, paragraph 34. So now understanding all these alignments, the pyramid, the shaft alignments, the pyramid sphinx being actually one unit in itself, that you need both to understand each other. Understanding star alignments, understanding that there are certain points of the earth that are queued up directly with constellation and stellar dynamics, such as the Giza pyramids queued up with the Orion constellation. Let's try to connect all this to what Chris Bledsoe says. I know we're going down deep in the rabbit hole. If you're still with us, thank you. Now let's throw some icing on the cake.
Icing on the cake.
Yeah. So 34. Furthermore, Judah is defined here as the cosine and is spoken of in the Torah scripture as the spiritual lion sphinx, the Lion of Judah, which is the guiding scepter for everything moving towards the mapping of the seed of Israel in the heavens. It is written in Genesis 49, 9 through 10. He bowed down. He stretched himself out like a lion as the sphinx, and like a lion, who dares rouse him? The scepter will not turn aside from Judah, neither the commander's staff from between his feet, until Shiloh the Messiah comes. Numerically, this chapter stands for the 49 stages of consciousness regenesis. And as we go through the Genesis to regenesis, our solar paradigm is moving towards the constellation of Leo.
Okay.
So do you hear what he's saying?
Yeah,
He's saying right there, there's a scepter that's going to appear under the Lion of Judah, the pyramid sphinx, and that marks the coming of the Messiah. So there's the commander's staff from between the sphinx's paws. You get that? And that's mentioned in the Bible. And elsewhere in the keys, it backs up what Casey says, that underneath the pyramid sphinx's paw is the Hall of Records. So this Keys of Enoch is tying together the Bible from Genesis 4:9, talking about the Lion of Judah, aka the Sphinx, and there will be a scepter to appear between his feet. And that will happen. When that will happen, a Messiah will come. And I'm just tying that into the different pyramidal alignments to make the connection to the Bledsoe story.
Now, it kind of sketches me out when he talks about a Messiah coming, because how are we to interpret that? Is that like second coming of Christ, a false Messiah kind of thing? Or is that just a metaphorical kind of thing? Like we're going to discover this Hall of Records? How should we interpret that?
That's a good question, but I don't know. I don't know exactly, but he says that the chamber of the sun will open and the hidden doors and unlock the final mysteries of the pyramid.
Hmm,
All this will mark the coming of the office of Christ.
that's pretty cool.
I have a Bledsoe clip here that is a little that connects to this Messiah connection in conjunction with this Sphinx Regulus. And
Okay.
this is kind of weird because it, like I said, it does connect basically with that prediction. And Christopher Bledsoe says this is the first time he's kind of saying this, that he
Hmm.
thinks this thing is related with, he says, the second coming of Christ. So,
Hmm.
okay, so they're talking
Okay.
about, okay, so I'll play it from here.
And it was with Robert Grant that I told him about this alignment and all. And then he's like, oh my God. He's been looking for this ruby, this little ruby you have to find and place it between the paws of the Sphinx to make this event that he knows is going to happen in 2026. I said, Robert, it's not a ruby, it's the Star of Regulus. And he looks at it, he's like, oh my God, that's the King's Star. So what's going to happen, I don't know. But I think it's possible that's the return of
Christ.
yeah,
Huh.
or the lady and the whole heavenly host living with us, Jesus. That's the first time I've ever said that in my life publicly. You're the
That's
first.
interesting.
And a million people's asked me this. So I think it's entirely possible that, because she told me that when the suffering of man becomes too great, that they're going to stop it and they're going to snuff out the darkness.
Hmm.
That's why the military and the government all want to know about this, because they know it's real. They know this lady has been seen a million times. And when she comes, she's always warning of some big catastrophe. In the Native American world, they call her the White Buffalo Calf Lady. And she would come warning about some tribe coming to kill everybody or some big event. And it's in every culture that way. But I'm as, I wish I knew more.
So, pretty weird.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, it's
excited
very
for
weird.
2026, but I don't know if any of us are ready. But I also have this sensation in the back of my head where it's like, even though I believe he had this experience, even though there's this prediction, I still always question, when it rolls around 2026, is anyone going to see anything happen? Or is it just going to be a set of events like set into motion that we can't technically connect with that event? It's like almost like that Mayan calendar thing. Like 2012 rolls around, people are speculating all these things are going to happen. I'm sure people speculated the return of Christ for 2012.
Yeah.
And then it's just a question of like, well, maybe is something just going to change in the consciousness of man? Like new ideas will start to take hold, or is something actually going to happen? Is something visible going to happen? That's sort of, I think, where most people, get annoyed at these types of predictions and interpretations.
Okay, so I got something here. I can share my screen here. It's hopping back over to the Diane Pasulka interview with Sean Ryan. Let's see. I'll share my screen. So here they're talking about exploring non-psychedelic paths to higher realms. And I'll just go ahead and play this here.
About other people that are reaching the same
Oh yeah, are you guys
Yep, I got it.
cool?
dimension or realm or whatever we want to call it, that that are getting there without psychedelics.
Yes.
How are they? Is this through meditation? How is this
Okay,
happening?
so in almost every major religious tradition, you have a tradition of this, and they're usually called monastic communities, communities of monks and nuns, or like they're called in Hinduism sannyasins, renunciates. Um, but and even you have this in, like I talked about Socrates and Plato in the Greek philosophical tradition. You have a group of people who go off, live together, and help each other. In Buddhism, it's called the Sangha, right? It's a community of people helping each other become ready to access realms that provide knowledge, wisdom, truth, things like that. And these realms, what's called a moral realist. That's a philosophical position that believes that things like truth and justice, these are real things. And if humans died, they would still exist. Truth and justice would still exist. I believe that. And that only comes from living my life for as long as I've lived and going through the training that I've gone through. There are lots of people that aren't moral realists. Most people are not, I would say. But once a person has a taste that this realm exists and that truth and beauty exists and that you feel it and it's something amazing, right? Like I feel like Jimi Hendrix knew about this, through his experiences with psychedelics. Are you experienced? He was experienced, and he says not just stoned but beautiful. Well, I understood that, and I understood that not from the he was dead, by the way, when I was exposed to his work. But yeah, so once a person recognizes that that stuff is worthwhile, then one wants to go through those training, get through that protocol, do those, go through those communities.
So I got a little Urantia book quote here actually pulled up. And I'll just kind of fly through this because I think this is a very important little section of Paper 100, Religion and Human Experience. This is about conversion and mysticism, section 5 of this paper. The world is filled with lost souls, not lost in the theologic sense, but lost in the directional meaning, wandering about in confusion among the isms and cults of a frustrated philosophic era. Kind of like that squirrel with no orientation, the tribble. Too few have learned how to install a philosophy of living in the place of religious authority. The symbols of socialized religion are not to be despised as channels of growth, albeit the river bed is not the river. The progression of religious growth leads from stagnation through conflict to coordination, from insecurity to undoubting faith, and from confusion of cosmic consciousness to unification of personality, from the temporal objective to the eternal, from the bondage of fear to the liberty of divine sonship. It should be made clear that professions of loyalty to the supreme ideals, the psychic, emotional, and spiritual awareness of God consciousness, may be a natural and gradual growth, or may sometimes be experienced at certain junctures, as in a crisis. The Apostle Paul experienced just such a sudden and spectacular conversion that eventful day on the Damascus Road. Gautama Siddhartha had a similar experience the night he sat alone and sought to penetrate the mystery of final truth. Many others have had like experiences, and many true believers have progressed in the spirit without sudden conversion. Most of the spectacular phenomenon associated with so-called religious conversions are entirely psychologic in nature, but now and then there do occur experiences which are also spiritual in origin. When the mental mobilization is absolutely total on any level of the psychic upreach toward spirit attainment, when there exists perfection of the human motivation of loyalties to the divine idea, then there very often occurs a sudden downgrasp of the indwelling spirit to synchronize with the concentrated and consecrated purpose of the superconscious mind of the believing mortal. And it is experiences of unified intellectual and spiritual phenomenon that constitute the conversion, which consists in factors over and above purely psychologic involvement. But emotion alone is a false conversion. One must have faith as well as feeling. To the extent that such psychic mobilization is partial, and insofar as such human loyalty motivation is incomplete, to that extent will the experience of conversion be blended, intellectual, emotional, and spiritual reality be a blended. If one is disposed to recognize a theoretical subconscious mind as a practical working hypothesis in the otherwise unified intellectual life, then, to be consistent, one should postulate a similar and corresponding realm of ascending intellectual activity as the superconscious level, the zone of immediate contact with the indwelling spirit entity, the thought adjuster. The great danger in all these psychic speculations is that visions and other so-called mystic experiences, along with extraordinary dreams, may be regarded as divine communications to the human mind. In times past, divine beings have revealed themselves to certain God-knowing persons, not because of their mystic trances or morbid visions, but in spite of all these phenomena. In contrast with conversion seeking, the better approach to the Merantia zones of possible contact with the thought adjuster would be through living faith and sincere worship, wholehearted and unselfish prayer. Altogether, too much of the uprush of the memories of the unconscious levels of the human mind has been mistaken for divine revelations and spirit leadings. There is great danger associated with the habitual practice of religious daydreaming. Mysticism may become a technique of reality avoidance, albeit it has sometimes been a means of genuine spiritual communion. Short seasons of retreat from the busy scenes of life may not be seriously dangerous, but prolonged isolation of personality is most undesirable. Under no circumstances should the trance-like state of visionary consciousness be cultivated as a religious experience. The characteristics of the mystical state are diffusion of consciousness with vivid islands of focal attention operating on a comparatively passive intellect. All of this gravitates consciousness toward the subconscious rather than in the direction of the zone of spiritual contact, the superconscious. Many mystics have carried their mental dissociation to the level of abnormal mental manifestations. The more healthful attitude of spiritual meditation is to be found in reflective worship and in the prayer of thanksgiving. The direct communion with one's thought adjuster, such as occurred in the later years of Jesus' life in the flesh, should not be confused with these so-called mystical experiences. The factors which contribute to the initiation of mystic communion are indicative of the danger of such psychic states. The mystic status is favored by such things as physical fatigue, fasting, psychic dissociation, profound aesthetic experiences, vivid sex impulses, fear, anxiety, rage, and wild dancing. Much of the material arising as a result of such preliminary preparation has its origin in the subconscious mind. However favorable may have been the conditions for mystic phenomenon, it should be clearly understood that Jesus of Nazareth never resorted to such methods for communion with the Paradise Father. Jesus had no subconscious delusions or superconscious illusions. And all that's to say, when we have a profound psychedelic experience, I mean, when in my teen years, I tripped on shrooms and LSD more times than I can count. Initially, I had very vivid spiritual kind of experiences because that's what I was after. I felt like I could peel back the veil of reality. But after a while, I was kind of just tripping. I wasn't really having that. And I think it's because you're in this new shocking kind of state. You're opening up your mind to new possibilities. And you're getting revelations in spite of that, not because of it. That's why you can't just keep habitually doing psychedelics and re-experience this over and over. And we have the tendency, our addictive nature is to become kind of hooked, chasing after that, chasing the dragon, as they say. You never get that first experience again. But it's actually through very disciplined mind, body, spirit progress that you're actually going to encounter some kind of contact with superconscious. But I mean, yeah, it seems like Chris Bledsoe, through just a sincere state of heart, had an experience like this, and he's just trying to make sense of it.
Yeah, he
Fucking
definitely was
magma.
not. He
I
definitely was
thought you
not a
were.
mystic.
I thought you were trying. I was waiting for you to connect it to the fucking Regulus the entire time. And I was like, oh shit,
halfway
you're
through,
just
I was
not
like,
talking
"Oh,
to
he's
us.
just gonna keep reading. He's reading."
Yeah, I don't have any more connections on
It's
Regulus.
the magma stream now.
Yeah, but I do feel like that's an important subject to bring up.
Yeah, I got you. I see
especially
the
with
connection.
It is,
Diane
definitely
It
is.
was a little long, but
touching on that.
No, that's what's up. I agree. You don't need drugs to get into that state. And a lot of the new age hippies, first thing they do when they see you at a show, they give you an eighth of mushrooms, you know? Happened to me at a Urantia conference twice. And it's like we get it. And it's funny, I still have both of those sacks in my fucking library. Fucking FBI open up. No, am I I haven't hidden, like I haven't eaten them yet. Because like I've tripped over 1,000 times, as you can tell. But like towards the end of my spiritual experiences, I take it as a seraphim telling me, because like nothing happened to me. I remember being like looking at all my friends and they were like, whoa. And I was like, dude, I already think like this. Actually, this type of thinking is kind of below me because my mind's already out there. And then the seraphim are kind of like, hey, stop. You don't need to do this. Stop. And I was like, okay. And I took that seriously. And that's why I don't pop them like without thinking. I'm really hesitant to pop them because of that message I got that day. So it's like you don't need these hallucinogenics to enter this state. And I don't think Chris Bledsoe was tripping acid before he went down to go fishing.
Yeah,
so.
he seems like the most normal kind of dude. So for him to have an experience like this, it is quite profound. But yeah, I feel like we probably thoroughly covered the Regulus Sphinx connection, unless y'all have anything else to say about that.
Yeah, let's
okay,
figure
God.
out what.
Okay,
else.
arbiter, authoritarian. We have nothing else to say.
Yeah,
Magma has spoken.
We're 3 hours and 40
have.
minutes in. I didn't realize we hit past the 3. Oh my God, it's another 4-hour stream. You guys still?
Yeah,
we'll talk
Content.
later if we're recording another the Gateway episode today. But I mean, so like I still have some clips from Diana Pasulka.
Okay.
You know, got in the chat if you guys have any questions. I know we haven't like really focused too much on too many of the comments there, but yeah, we see you guys still here. Still got about 12 people.
Trainwreck is over here working, listening while he's working. Glad we can help you out, Adrian, my brother. My brother from another. That's Trainwreck from the Discord, by the way. If you didn't know.
I did not know that. What's up,
Adrian
Trainwreck?
from the H. Yeah. So
I'm grateful
hopefully
for
we can
all
make your
y'all.
work day go by. I do got one more thing about the Regulus thing, or Regulus. Sorry, real quick side point. You mentioned that he was talking about like, to put like a crystal on the Sphinx paw. Like, you know, sometimes you get messages, but they get abstracted by your own mind, so you don't get a clear understanding. It might be a little distorted version.
That was actually Grant Cameron.
Again,
that thought it was a ruby. He needed to find a ruby.
Oh, okay.
A red ruby,
well, that can
but
make sense.
it was actually the red star.
Okay. Well, I'm just connecting it to what the Keys talks about when it quotes Genesis, how it says the scepter will not turn aside from the Sphinx, and neither the commander's staff from between the Sphinx's feet. And, you know, a scepter and commander's staff, those usually have like jewels in them. You said ruby. Just making that weird connection. Seeing some cross-comparing thoughts. But, I mean, I ain't really got much more to say about that either.
Okay.
Fucking, I don't care. Start shooting for the moon, guys.
I mean,
yeah, I want to see Taylor. I want to see your clip you got. I think I know where you're going with it. It's about the NASA Roman symbolism and all that.
Yeah, I guess that does kind of relate to this, so maybe I'll play that next here. So here we have Diana Pasulka who is a religious scholar, talking about some like interesting rituals within the space, rituals and Roman symbology within the U.S. space program, and like what is the origin of this? Like who is really sort of keeping this up? Like. And do these people, like most of the people don't only know that's what's happening, but she said that as a religious scholar, she was able to observe some of these things and realize that like, no, somebody is like assigning meaning to this, almost as it's like a magical ritual, or like it's defining the intention, or like putting powerful people in specific, like, hey, stand here. And so here's a clip that she is explaining this type of thing. I got to share this with you guys. All right, you got it.
And was that our space program today even has some really interesting rituals associated with it when it does certain launches at Cape Canaveral. Maybe not all of them, but the one that Tyler was involved with, they had images of Roman gods and goddesses put on the rockets. They would use Latin on their patches, their mission patches. And they would also have specific rituals that they would do, sometimes
what?
involving US presidents. They would position the presidents at a certain point where astronomical events, would happen. And this, so Tyler had,
like the president of the United States.
Yes, the president of the United States. They didn't know what they were doing. They were just being positioned there. So, they're like, stand here, Mr. Obama or President Obama. And he would stand there with his wife and look this direction. It was part of the whole thing. And there were photos. He has photos of all of that.
I mean, can you be a little more specific? Why would they stand him in a
Well,
certain...
see, okay, so this is obviously some type of ritual, and I don't know why they're doing it. I just know that I'm a scholar of religion. I know a ritual when I see one. He didn't even understand it. So I noticed that they were using Latin, and I noticed it wasn't medieval Latin. I was like, this is a particular form of Latin. It seems like it's Roman theology. So, they're using the images of Roman gods. And I would ask him, I said, why are you using the images of Roman gods? Why are you putting them on your mission patches and also utilizing Latin phrases from that time period? I mean, you're sending it up into space. Who up in space is going to read Latin? And his answer was, our sponsors. So, I mean, that's what he said. And so he also had
Which Roman gods, do you know?
Yeah, so there would be obviously Apollo, right? So all the missions, if you think of all the missions, they're all those gods and goddesses.
Do you have any ideas of where this stemmed from?
It could, okay, so I do. It's just a theory though. So I could be completely wrong. But it seems to me that there might be an element within our government that maintains this theological tradition, this Roman theology. Could it be a form of Freemasonry? It could be. I don't know. But I just know that that's what it looks like.
Yeah, I like that. I remember that part. I had some stuff to add to that I'm surprised she didn't pick up on. So it was launch pad or landing pad 33 is where all the space shuttle landings happen. And they only picked that pad 33. So runway 33 is where they landed on, the Masonic number 33.
Dude.
Yeah.
Now, this is the whole thing Bill Cooper breaks down in his Mystery Babylon series. But I mean, like, reading through the Urantia book, it had the papers on the Roman mystery schools that the Roman soldiers were real deeply embedded in. And that went right over my head first time I read the Urantia book. It's only now I can kind of understand why that was brought up, is because, Freemasonry is the current living iteration of what was transmitted through the all the previous secret societies. The Knights Templar popped up just before the Freemasons emerged. They were crushed by the Catholic Church. The Knights Templar emerged right after the Persian Order of the Assassins was kind of stomped out, and the Order
Hashashin.
The Hashashins, and all of them have the same initiation
Smoking
rites,
hash.
the symbolism of death and rebirth, and all of them trace their origins back pre-Rome to the ancient Mystery Babylon schools. Make of that what you will. But it's interesting, Sean Ryan talks about his experience in the Navy with symbolism, and it's like the Spartans are cool gods, they're warriors and all that. So, they think it's cool, but you do notice, like, college fraternities, they still use Latin. They still have, like, hazing rituals and all that, We are very much still kind of embedded in this Roman culture. I don't know if that's going to change or what, but there's kind of this idea that eventually nothing can hide in the darkness. And we're reaching that point with the internet and with social media and stuff like everything is becoming known, and so it's an exciting time to be alive.
Roman numerals are used in the Star
Ooh.
Wars films.
Ah!
Oh, it's over. X-Wing. Jesus. It's right in front of us.
But not in Spaceballs, the one true film.
Wow. It's untainted, pure. Yeah, it's fucking interesting. I don't want to go too deep because I left my tinfoil downstairs right now, but
Yeah.
um pageantry, the world is the stage. The people who pretty much get to mold popular culture are in charge of Hollywood media. Like me and Magma talk about Hollywood, it's the wood they would use for a magic wand to put you in a spell to mesmerize you. So that's what they do when they put big screens in front of big groups. I mean, ever since the inception and the creation of screens, it has been attached to government intelligence manipulative techniques. When they first started doing movie theaters, they realized that if they put a war recruitment ad before the movie, like 70% of the males who saw that movie would go sign up for the military after. And they realized, holy crap,
Oh,
if you put a big screen in front of a big group of people, the chances of them doing what's exactly on the screen goes up like 90%. So they figured out the first form of mind control. Put a big screen in front of a big group of people, keep showing them the same image over and over again, and they're going to start replicating, doing what the image tells them to do. Now you can start shifting and shaping and altering popular culture. You can start infecting people's subconscious mind with viruses or with ways to do things that aren't harmonic, which are distorted. And this is a big mind control system. Now, Hollywood realizes, holy shit, these people are so dumb. We can make them do whatever we want with these screens. You think we're good enough to pull it off, but not in front of a camera? Can we just manipulate reality through real life pageantry? Can we set up live movie sets through these rocket launches or through these presidential elections that to the people will look like real ceremonies, but in reality, they're manufactured sets with Latin extraterrestrial themes baked in because they think they are performing for the ETs, if that makes sense. Getting deep.
That's pretty cool. Taylor, unless you got some more on this clip, I got a little Diane Pasulka clip I can share, and don't worry, I won't go on a 2-hour tangent on the Urantia book this time.
You gotta read 3 papers.
Go ahead. And...
I'm down. I'm down to wrap it up pretty soon too, because my food just got here and I'm hungry.
Same.
Yes.
All right. Yes. Yeah, it's about that time. Can go ahead and start wrapping it up.
And you guys are trying to record another episode tonight, so I need to save my energy. We gotta talk
That's
about that
right.
after we cut off the live stream.
So this was something that made me so happy when Diane Pasulka went into it. I'm like, yes, she knows what's up.
They weren't the kings, but they were the people. I forgot their name, but they have a specific name. But it's the person who takes care of the bedpan of the king. Do you know that person? So there's a specific job. The bedpan, of course, is the bathroom, like the toilet for the king. And this person has to change it for the king so that it's always nice and clean. Now, this person has access to the most private parts of what the king knows. And this later becomes, this is what this person says, intelligence communities. Goes into like, the Vatican. And these people become the people who gather the intelligence associated with the king, the royalty, the dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this is true.
Mm-hmm.
But this was what this person said. And this person, by the way, had some evidence. It's not like I'm just saying I'm accepting a made up story. Like I saw this person's family, like his historical photos.
Interesting. And so what? Does that person manipulate the king into some type of a agenda?
Yeah, so this would be the oligarchy that Alex Huxley is talking about.
Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. I know you've worked a lot with NASA or people inside NASA.
Yeah, I haven't actually worked with NASA, and NASA would be horrified to say that I did.
Yeah,
So
I didn't mean to say you
people
worked for
affiliated with
NASA.
NASA, yes, I
Yeah,
have worked with.
excuse.
Yes.
Thank you for the
Yeah.
correction.
Yeah.
What are some of the? There's a lot of conspiracies around NASA. Is any of that ring true to you? What's your experience been?
Well, when I first started to do the work on, looking at UAP and so forth, in 2012 and 13, I decided to look back to our space program. Basically, I thought, surely there's information there. So the Air Force has an archive, and there's a lot of information. And what I found was interesting. So I looked not only at our space program, but the Russian space program, because both of these programs got us off Earth into space, and the Russian space program did first. So both of them were interesting to me. So, and most likely, if people are up in space, maybe they're seeing something up there. Maybe stuff has been reported. A couple of things happened. First was that I did have friends who were NASA affiliated, and they looked into it for me to see if they could get me into the archive. And at first it was like, no problem, she can come. What is she studying? And then they said, well, she's studying the history of like UFOs, and they were like, absolutely not. So I could not go. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. So that was of interest to me. But also, I learned about the history of our space program. And, one of my colleagues was always going to JPL, right? So, Jet Propulsion Laboratories. And I found out that it had been created by Jack Parsons. So it was Jack Parsons Laboratory. But nobody knew that. So a lot of people I talked to who were NASA employees, they didn't know about Jack Parsons. In fact, the person, Tyler, he did not know either about Jack Parsons. So Jack Parsons was one of the early founders of our rocket technology program.
Okay.
But he's not talked about. And the reason he's not talked about is, and I understand why, is because he believed he was getting the inspiration for his rocket technologies through doing rituals. And he worked with Aleister Crowley and the guy who found Scientology. Why can't I remember his name? L. Ron Hubbard.
L. Ron Hubbard.
L. Ron Hubbard. And so Parsons is believing that he is contacting non-human intelligences that are, for his interpretation of them is that they're like deities, right? They're deities. And he even manifested one, right? And then married her. And but he believed that they were allowing him to create the rocket technology. Now that's that's his belief. And he was doing rituals to that effect. On the Russian side, you have the Konstantin Tchaikovsky, okay, so earlier than Jack Parsons, but also creating rocket technology, also believed in non-human intelligence, but was Christian. So he believed that these intelligences were angelic, and that he was, if you're in contact with that realm, that if you're specifically genius enough, that you'd be able to interpret their information and create what he created, which was he was like Jack Parsons, but for the Russian side.
So that's fascinating, and I mean that's something I would suggest anyone look into, because that history is just wild. There's some really good books about Jack Parsons and his association with Aleister Crowley and all that. But what that ties back to is this old school of thought from kind of it was a few hundred years ago. It was like 1600s or something. Might have been earlier than that, 1400s. But it was called Enochian magic, and it was this kind of interestingly. Okay, so it was this guy who was actually like an intelligence. He was an intelligence dude for a queen. I'm kind of butchering the names here, but if I got it correctly, his name was actually like James Bond. It was either James Bond. Yeah, I think it was James Bond. And like that's what was actually what those movies were kind of inspired off of. but he was practicing Enochian magic where he believed he could contact angels, but it was in a weird, rebellious kind of way. And so you think about these monastic schools where people follow these traditions to communicate with angels and stuff. But then there's also kind of a weird element. There's a weird side of that where they're trying to like bring about the end times and all that kind of stuff. So it does seem like there's a good and bad going on. It's a lot more nuanced. And it does also seem like there are different paths to the same things because you got these different figures working on rocket technology, but they feel like they're contacting different non-human intelligence. I found that completely fascinating.
The fuck is going on, dude?
And yeah, that's what I got to say about that.
Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about
No, you're good. That was the last Diane Pasulka clip I have pulled up.
As you could tell, I was having some technical difficulties. That's probably why you might have heard me start swearing.
Oh, that's what was going on. Yeah, D-Bake, did you hear that about kind of the old traditions of like Enochian magic and all that kind of stuff?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. That show was hard as fuck.
super interesting. There's a lot more to unpack there. That's like a whole episode in itself. But it was really cool that Diane Pasulka kind of touched on that there are these non-human intelligences that people are contacting and getting like ideas for space traversal from and stuff like that, you know? And I don't know, is there...
What you said goes so much deeper than we could possibly think. Like, it hit me on the soul level when I try to reply. Technical difficulties, whatever. We can think about that later if you want to. But yeah, for real. For seriously, in the future, the NSA from the future. So, no, you're right. You're right. It's super fucking trippy. Great way to probably wrap this entire thing up. But JPL, Jack Parsons, one of the fathers of NASA, was a Nazi.
Yeah.
I'll let you catch your breath back. But his partner was a Satanist. Holy shit.
Yeah, right? Like, what is going on
Werner von Braun and Jack Parsons, and they were contacting and in touch with Aleister Crowley. Like, are we the baddies? You know?
You can't make this stuff up, you know? It's like the fiction writes itself. It's wild.
Yeah. And now she's saying that they were cool with L. Ron Hubbard. You know, shit gets fucking weird.
Yeah, and likewise, I
don't really know how to take it all.
The Scientologist, L. Ron Hubbard, was still another offshoot of that Mystery Babylon. They still have... It's that hierarchy where to ascend, you got to go through the initiation rites. They waste your time sending you on all these research missions. When you finally get to the top degree, hear the final truth, you're probably a little disappointed. Interestingly, the Mormons are another offshoot where they follow the same structure, but in a pseudo-Christian kind of way. But it's that same structure which traces its roots through ancient Rome all the way back to the earliest human empire. And it's these mystery schools, you know, you got to earn your way up, and they're going to waste your time, but we're not going to waste your time here on The Legacy. We're just going to drop that information for whoever's ready to listen to it.
Andrew Lazaro dropping fucking facts in the chat. Thinks Scientologist is a product of Caligastia.
Ooh, yeah.
Who was Aleister Crowley in contact with when he had contact with Lamb, who looked like a freaking gray? And supposedly, through our ideas of fun time, we think the Greys could be a Luciferian creation. So it's like, And if the rebels want to keep our planet from succeeding, you know, you can get what I'm poking at, you know. The plot thickens, thicker than a sticker.
Yep. The plot thickens. Taylor,
we can't hear you.
If you're talking right now, you're muted or something. I hope you haven't been talking this whole time, because I would have loved to hear what you had to say.
Oh, Lord.
All the
Oh,
technical
Lord.
difficulties came back.
Yeah, it's right when we started mentioning Jack Parsons and NASA and shit. The reality comes through and we're like, no, don't touch it. Don't touch that subject. Well, sorry, Rebel Angel. This is what I got for you. I got a big fuck you.
That's why we live stream.
You know. But damn, yeah, we done lost Tachula.
No.
Somehow his audio cords got unplugged and replugged in, disconnected. But
You got me now?
No, I
there
can
he
hear
is.
you. I can hear
There
you.
he is.
You got me now? Okay, I'm back.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was just my audio processor, my noise reduction software going ham.
Oh.
So what I was saying, I wasn't talking that much. It was just that
Okay.
you got me when I was I can play a clip on this maybe we just kind of end it out now, but the clips that I have left are just comments from Diana on the whole angels and demons aspect.
Oh yeah, I would love to hear that.
So yeah, maybe we can hit this and then close out the stream and see eat some dinner, see what time we're gonna record our other episode. So all right, here we go. Can you guys? Am I sharing my screen? You guys can see my video editor. Okay, here we go.
I asked you if you believe there's a spiritual component and a kind of nuts and bolts type component. How do you differentiate the two? I mean, do they have any relation to each other?
I don't know. So this is something that I think people are trying to figure out. Let's put it this way. Okay, if you think about something that we think to be subjective in our minds, completely, like you could even call it spiritual in the sense that it's spirit, it's not matter. That would be our thoughts, right?
Mm-hmm.
We tend to think of thoughts as completely non-physical, non-material. Would you not agree?
Nah, I don't know about all that.
I don't believe that anymore.
I know you don't believe it anymore. Okay.
Thoughts.
Why don't you believe
Jokes,
that
people
anymore?
laugh a little bit.
That's actually kind of a tangent thing that is I don't think we need to go into now with about thoughts. But let me maybe fast forward.
Being physical, I see thoughts all the time, bro, and they're fucking physical. Trust me, ain't no mental or spiritual to them all.
Well, okay, how about this? When you go out of body, you're still thinking about things. So
all right,
how is it
for
physical?
The viewers, how nerdy are these fools right now? Bring it back. Come on. I said thoughts. THOTS. Sorry, guys.
Okay, I can't.
That hoe over there. That's what thought means. That hoe over there.
Let's be honest.
They're purely physical. They're
thoughts and thoughts.
You're too hip for us.
Thoughts and thoughts. Maybe they are the same. Maybe there's no difference between a thought and a thoth.
Oh,
bro, thoth.
Thank you. Brought it back. Sorry, guys. I interrupted.
This is what happens when we get deep into the stream and we're all ready to
4 hours
ready
later
to call it. Okay, this is the quote. Here it is.
Wow, what I'm studying is real, and that changed my life. Okay, so I was changed. Directly after that, I was targeted by what my friend Tim Gallaudet would call counterintelligence. And they had the same idea, by the way. They did not view these things as extraterrestrial, and they thought that they were bad. And so this group I got a distinct feeling that there's something really bad happening. There's something really bad. And I started to talk to people who now we call whistleblowers. So they would talk to me and they would say the same thing. They're afraid. They would be afraid. And by the way, none of those whistleblowers are at the congressional hearings, none of them. And they don't want to be. And in fact, most of the information that's getting taken from them is being taken in ways that are not public and not like what I would call nice, okay? It's uncomfortable. So I believe that if we were to call these things anything, they would be in the realm of like the angelic and the demonic. That's how I feel about them personally right now. My mind might change in 2 years with more data. I feel that because of the types of responses I've had from people who are associated with our government, and they shouldn't, in my opinion, they shouldn't be. That's how I feel. My experiences.
Interesting.
So, yeah, I see what she's saying, and I think that until we have the confirmation about the ET craft, like until that's sort of really proved for anyone that like here's a spacecraft, it's literally technology that we have built anti-gravity sciences off of. Until we get there, people will still have this spiritual. I mean, even look at Bledsoe's story; it's very spiritual in nature. For a Christian, when they look at that story, they would actually be kind of inclined to be like, okay, angels or demons, like these are light beings. Although there's like some more elements to it where there's like physical interactions. Even from that story alone, that's kind of the angle. And, you know, Diana knows about that story. She knows how wild that one is. But the other problem that occurs is that in these UFO programs, let's say they get a live alien. We did a book called we reviewed a book called Alien Interview, and whether it's true or not, I think it at least has one idea that is sort of correct in that in most of these firsthand contact experiences with an actual alien being, the communication is telepathic. And that alone makes people feel like it's spiritual because humans are not used to using their telepathic abilities on a daily basis. So to walk in a room with the alien that's sitting there, but they only will talk telepathically because they're either not able to speak the English language, they haven't studied it or whatever. However, there's a certain percentage of people in the room that they're like, I feel like it's talking to me like mentally in my head. That freaks people the F out. And I think that creates a fear response that adds on to the fear response of just being in the room with another being where it's like, we know it's not human. Like there's an animalistic fear. However, none of that is actual evidence that this is angels or demons. But when you have a religious culture and anomalous events like this, with a lot of fear behind it, because we feel way out of our league. Even these military people, when they're in these programs, they feel way out of their league, and so they're scared. And when they're scared, their ideas also play with religious concepts, and that's I think that's part of this fear. That could even be part of the fear narrative of some of the disclosure. Like, what if some of these people are like religious and are unable to kind of see any of the good, and when all they see is the fear, they're of course want to hide it, and they justify like never telling anyone. They even in their mind, maybe they even tell themselves that like we are waging a spiritual war. Like even though they have craft, they're spiritually, they're demonic beings. We got to keep this from the public because all this, there's just I see the angle.
Yeah.
And it's the same angle that when I just talk to people about aliens and they bring up this idea of angels and demons, and that's like their first fear response. But just think of that times like 100, because you have that idea in your head, but you also have a personal firsthand interaction where you work in these programs and like you sort of touched the edge of the spear with the telepathy. You had a personal experience, and now you're kind of like livid about it. But it's like, I don't know, it's kind of like it's initiatory. It's like in the mystic traditions, you used to prepare for that moment. When you don't prepare for that moment, I think it's shocking.
Yeah.
And you misinterpret the meaning. It's like when a kid touches the hot stove, except it's like on a whole mental plane that is way out of their league. This is how I see it. And this, I don't know what exactly it would take to get past that angels and demons thing. I think it would be just like craft. Here's physical bodies. Can we stop calling this demons?
Well, and it's kind of all true in a sense because you have non-human intelligence, like people evolved on other worlds from other alien species that are intelligent. Maybe they get the ability to travel around and all that. but you also have a celestial realm, and there's like a rebellious Luciferian element, and then there's like God's government kind of side to it, you know? And so in a way it's all true. And we can imagine in the governments, in corporations, in any large social structure institution, psychopaths are a unique breed of predator that are able to rise up the ranks just by their very nature of being a psychopath. They're generally very intelligent, very good at acting and putting on a face for the public, but they feel no remorse for people. And so, like, we can imagine deeply rooted in a lot of these high up institutions, there could be psychopaths like holding the reins, you know, and especially if there is transmission of this, like these mystery schools and stuff like that. Not to say everyone in the government's a psychopath or anything like that. It's an extremely small minority, but those people do exert a good influence. And so that's probably why a lot of this stuff gets covered up, because these people are playing intellectual gymnastics to justify their maybe hedonistic lifestyles or something like that. Especially if there are people that know the truth about our relationship to other worlds and all that. It is probably a lot more than any of us are comfortable with accepting. And it probably includes the whole gamut of aliens, angels, and demons, you know?
I don't even think, though, I don't think, let's see, maybe Skinwalker Ranch has like convinced some people about demons, because there's like I'm just trying to think, like, in these programs, what exactly would be the paranormal type experience that would make them think the whole thing is demons?
I don't know. That might be more.
We're going down.
Yeah,
that's another can of worms.
Let's try and wrap it up. I vote for that, because
yeah, I want to wrap it up. I'll say a couple things on it, but I'll be quick and succinct, because it takes a lot more analysis to really get to the final conclusion. But so there seems to be a big energy trying to get pushed out in current society to get us to think that these things are negative, demonic, don't have our best intentions in their heart. And it almost feels like a psyop or a psychological operation. I keep seeing it from, now let's just, suspend all of your preconceived notions and let's just believe everything I'm saying right now for the sake of the mental concept, So Louis Elizondo, Sean Ryan did that militaristic kind of, Christian type of personality disposition. And you see that in both those communities. With the military community, they always consider them the threats to national security, threats to our airspace. What are we going to do? Independence Day. And then we also know that the CIA and the NSA has plans within the media and Hollywood to keep pushing this message forward. Everything we see in media is aliens are bad. They're invading. Like I said, Independence Day, three-body problem. It's always the aliens are a threat. They're going to hurt us. Yeah. And we're always fighting against it. Tom Cruise, in the Day After Tomorrow, whatever, Tomorrow's Edge, whatever. All these different alien movies saying the aliens are bad. And if there's a real war in heaven, and there are, let's say, rebellious entities, but let's be real, if we call them rebellious entities or negative entities or even demonic entities, these aren't the demons that you see in movies. Like, they're going to rip out your fucking organs and eat them and send you to a dark lair and you're going to suffer for thousands of years. These aren't those type of demons. You've been conditioned by media, which could be controlled by the CIA, trying to get you to believe demons or interdimensionals are negative. Remember, I just talked about, if you put a screen in front of a group of people over time, the people will start believing and acting in the actions that are portrayed on the screen. So if you keep trying to instill fear via demons are bad, they kill you and your family and drink your blood, aliens are a threat, aliens are demon connection, it seems like a coordinated psychological operation to get us to not integrate with the Galactic Federation, because the rebels don't want that to happen. They don't want us to accept the universal government, the kingdom of heaven. So they want us trained in this fear complex. We know the Urantia book says that fear is an intellectual poison. And fear can be manifested a million ways. All they're trying to do is manifest fear. And that's something you have to be on the lookout. If somebody's trying to sell you fear, immediately your red flag should go off and be like, hold up. So we want to let you know, I want to let you know from the legacy, the negative entities can't do anything to you. I know it sounds crazy, but if you see one in the middle of the woods, if you wake up at night and one's in your room, they can't do anything to you. They can't. They can't do anything. Yeah, you can put up Merkaba. We've read some texts that say that even the gray entities have a posterior and anterior brain, and the anterior part is like a dolphin. How a dolphin can stun their prey when they attack it. They have videos of this. They stun fish and they come eat the fish. Supposedly the grays have this ability too, and they can stun you, and that's why people, when they meet the grays, they get standing still and they freak out. But we've read texts. The Flower of Life and the Bob Bristol book talks about, and the Keys of Enoch says, they can only do that because you're weak. But if you put up Merkaba around yourself, aka the 3-dimensional Star of David, it breaks that connection, and they can't do anything to you. So we're letting you know right now, you have personal abilities to put up a shield so that these beings can't interact with you. No demons can influence you against your will, so there's nothing to really be afraid of. So let's try to drop this fear shit to the side. You don't want to be that guy who's, oh my God, every time the gray shows up, I'm so scared, he's ruining my life. And then finally the lights turn on and you realize he's just a weak bastard. You can break him in half with your arms and all he can do is scare you. You'd feel like a dumbass. You'd be like, wow, they've been playing me this entire time through my fear. So don't give into it.
Andrew Lazaro in the live chat says, do you think that just the fallen midwayers one last chance before the next dispensation? That's a good point. I'm not going to rule that out.
That's my belief. That's my belief. Hey, that's my belief. I think that the last throws.
It's not. That is a side thing. That is in the spiritual domain. We're kind of talking about two different things, angels and AT. So I'm not going to say that you can't have rebel entities, even in the world of like paranormal, psychic stuff. They talk about entity attachments. I acknowledge that's like a real thing. To me, it's quite separate from the physical. Well, I want to try and break apart the physical ET stuff. And like, Dedrick was saying, like, if you do a Merkaba meditation, like maybe they can't take you. But the good ETs in the Chris Bledsoe story, they did whatever they want. Even if Bledsoe didn't really seem to have a choice in there, even though he was scared. Even both good and bad ETs, they can do what they want because the spiritual world does not infringe upon the material negotiations that we go through. God doesn't stop evil on this planet. Angels do not stop extraterrestrials from performing abductions. And I'm talking about 3D extraterrestrials. Now, here's the misinterpretation. We have a very fearful response, in a lot of these abduction encounters. And part of it is because we're being put in an altered state of consciousness. Our memory is also being affected because of that. Advanced technology is being used to enact this event. And all it is just a more technological civilization trying to study some biology for their own benefit. And it could be as simple as that. You don't need to bring spiritual reality into it. You don't need to say that entire ET race is bad, because we humans would do the same thing. If we had an interstellar spaceship, we would definitely abduct native species of lower technological intelligence and study them. And if we didn't want to influence the culture or cause a hubbub about it, and we don't want to kill them, we're like, look, we just want to study them in our labs, get the data, put them back. They would, on that planet, they would be like, oh, the evil spiritual beings are taking us. So I just want to paint that picture, because I feel like we want to kind of separate that, because I get frustrated when you have alien abduction and then the religious people come in and are like, oh, what if it's just this spiritual entity? And it's like, can we just get on the same page that both of these things exist and they're happening in sort of two separate things? Like, Bledsoe's story, that was both physical and spiritual, which is a weird one. That's like an example of both. But there's all these other examples, and you shouldn't just apply your spiritual ideas onto something that could be an entirely physical event. Just because you don't think that physical aliens are real, that spiritual things are more real to you. That's
Well,
where
yeah.
I'm trying to bridge the gap here.
Yeah, it kind of seems like the Bledsoe encounter, they could have been spiritually advanced beings from another world, and I'm still of the opinion there could be thousands of different races just passing through some superhighway. They stop on our world. Maybe most of them check the status of our world, and they're like, "Hey, what's up?" Some of them may be kind of ignorant about exactly where we're at, so they try to make contact with us, But uh, yeah, I mean, it's probably a small minority that's actually roped in with the rebellion or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's so deep that it's going to take another episode just to cover the points that Chilla just talked about. But
For sure.
I do want to leave some viewers hungry for more.
Absolutely.
I guess the only thing that comes to mind is that Chris Bledsoe didn't know Merkaba, so there was no way for him to stop it if he wanted to. If it was a good or a bad angel, they could do it what he wanted to. If he knew Merkaba,
They
it'd be
used a
different.
Merkaba to abduct him.
To take him, exactly.
So
yeah.
he would have
He
to have a
didn't know it,
stronger
though.
Merkaba. My Merkaba versus your Merkaba.
Or even he'd probably be conscious of what Merkaba is, because I doubt he was even conscious of it. And B, I find it hard to believe that a physical ET race would come to our planet and do experiments and not be negative, because like if they evolve on their planet with angelic administration, they'd follow the rules, So it's like, I don't think they're going around fear abducting people. So just by virtue of that happening in the first place, I would assume it's a neutral or rebellious entity. But again, all those mechanics takes an entire fucking episode to go over. So, whatever. Dick's out for Harambe.
Yep.
Shout out to try to bring some comedy in this bitch, because without religion should be balanced by humor. Without comedy, we're fucked, right?
Mhm.
So, shout out to everybody watching. I mean, I think we kind of exhausted this subject over an hour's worth.
Yeah.
Episode coming this week. We finally got an actual episode, not a live stream coming. It's going to be sick. Another Forbidden Scrolls episode on the Keys of Enoch. So watch out for that. It's going to be exciting. We're going to talk about all the crazy shit that we don't talk about in the other crazy shit episodes. Fuck. Chris Bledsoe, Diana Pasulka, Jake Barber, The Lady, Sphinx, predictions. I hope you're able to cover all these points, and I hope you guys walked away from this episode with a little bit more light shining within that mind of yours. The ATP phosphorus flashes going a little bit more ham. If you find yourself watching this and you're not subscribed, I do want to remind you to subscribe to the channel so that you are up to date with all of the celestial information. We do not want you walking around, groping around in the dark. We want you functioning at tip-top capacity as a true cosmic citizen. So tune in. We are the planetary headquarters for all of your celestial information. Don't forget to hit that like button. Little thumbs up helps us get this information out to the front page. And you know it. Legacy FHP swag is in the description. Go check out the store. We're only making like $9 profit off everything. So go check it out, buy something, and you could help contribute to getting this message out to all the other brothers and sisters, because that's what we're trying to do here. Legacy FHP. I'm DBake, XDBake the Wise on Instagram. My socials are in the description. Joined by my brother Magma Sloth, Tyler, and Tay Chilla. Tay. Some people call him Tay Killer because he'll kill you with them fucking thoughts. We out here just trying to disseminate the truth, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope it's not like church. We got to stick up your ass. I hope it was fun, relaxing, and just stay tuned for the next one. I'll leave it to my brothers to close it out. So hit them with that fire if you got anything.
The truth is out there, and it's a blast digging through it and trying to cross compare and figure out what's up.
Yeah, thanks for joining, everyone. I was trying to do a little outro with some music here. I don't know if you can hear that. Am I streaming my?
I can hear it.
You can hear it.
I can hear it.
We got a little beat here.
Nice.
So we normally play this during the outro of the video. So try and spice it up a little bit. Thanks for everyone for being here.
Right.
This is produced by a celestial being named Tay Chilla. Oh shit, he's in the chat.
Yes, sir. I was,
Hit him up for hip-hop
I was a
beats.
music producer before I decided to beam thoughts from my third eye into your guys' head through the medium of YouTube. And we're going hard this year, trying to hit 50K subscribers by the end of the year. Let's see what we can do. Song's almost over, so I guess I'll stop it here. I'm actually gonna try and time to end the stream exactly, as this music ends. So,
all right.
Thanks for joining,
Taylor,
everyone.
Peace.
Hit that subscribe button. Shout out to Chris Bledsoe. Shout out to Sean Ryan. FHB, baby.
All right, peace out,
Thank you,
everyone.
everyone who watched. I appreciate it.